Dozens of countries, hundreds of cities, millions of people. One man, now in the palm of your hand, on any device. For over 60 years, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has dedicated his life to spreading the message of freedom, justice, and equality to people all over the world. Log in to NFA Studios and get unlimited access to a vast library of his life's work, plus never released lectures, interviews, and exclusive content. With new releases every week, NFA Studios is your one-stop destination for spiritual and mental upliftment. And now, introducing NFA Original Content, featuring shows such as Dinner with the Minister, How to Eat to Live Cooking Show, 40 Miles the Series.
In this series, we're going to look at the history of the Nation of Islam.
Food Nation, and much more. The wait is over. Welcome to the evolution. Welcome to NFA Studios.
Through NFA, our own platform, the people will be able to meet the minister, see the minister, experience the minister. The teaching is there, and it will resist now because it's the truth. It can't be bent. This is the platform. So may Allah bless NFA. May Allah bless all those who would work on behalf of the vision, and let the vision continue to expand.
Never fall again. Never fall again.
Welcome to the Foodie Spot. My name is Sister Carmela Muhammad, and we are a proud sponsor of Doing the Math with Dr. Wesley. I come to you in preparation for possible hard times. We've been told to store food in our home by the Honorable Minister Farrakhan, so you can also come to the Foodie Spot and get your navy bean soup, vegetable medley soup, and lentil bean soup, pressure cooked canned. In addition to that, I have dried navy beans. We also have frozen dinners prepared that you can actually store it in your freezer for those times. Pull them out, warm them up, cook them. We also have our natural antibiotic, which consists of fresh ginger root, turmeric root, garlic, and horseradish. We are also shipping our natural antibiotics in addition to our navy beans, red lentil, vegetable medley, and bean pies. For shipping, call 773-420-3948. Again, for shipping, call 773-420-3948. Thank you and enjoy the show.
This week's episode of Doing the Math with Dr. Wesley Muhammad. I'm your host, Janita Harris, and of course, I'm with Dr. Wesley Muhammad himself. I'm just going to give it to you because we have a special guest today.
Yeah. Well, Salam Alaikum, family. First, thank you for joining us for this important show, important episode, Who Killed Malcolm X. But before we get to that very weighty and meaty, if I can say that, meaty topic, we want to, in general, introduce the world to the gifts that the Nation of Islam has and that the Nation of Islam offers. And by gifts, I mean the scientific gifts. See, people think, Brother Shahid, that the Nation of Islam is mom and pop, that the Nation of Islam is soapbox, but we have evolved so beyond the soapbox, so beyond the mom and pop, the Nation of Islam has bona fide scientists, has bona fide scholars. I'm not unique in that regard, and that's what I want the world to know. Brother Dr. Wesley is not the Nation of Islam's unique scholar. The Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan is that human magnet that draws unto him every manner of black person, from the prison to Harvard. He affects all of us. He compels all of us the same. And all of us, from wherever we were when we were caught up in his divine magnetism, whatever our background is, Farrakhan impacts us deeply. So we, you know, the popular narrative is still that Islam is a prison religion, right? That Islam is best in cranking out thugs and goons. We still do thugs and goons well, don't get it twisted.
Oh, okay.
We will never jettison that from our repertoire, right? There's always a need for a good thug, black Muslim thug, and black Muslim goon. But we are not limited to that. And by goons, I don't mean gangsters, I mean godsters. I mean gangsters with a proper knowledge of God, devil, and self, righteous gangster. But I wanted to introduce the various bona fide scholars that we have in the Nation of Islam and scientists, and we will do so frequently, starting with a brother that is important to me personally. It's very appropriate that the first presentation that we make in this regard is my brother Shahid Muhammad, out of Muhammad Mosque number 4 in DC. He's what we call in the nation a nation baby.
Okay.
He was born in the Nation of Islam. You see he's a young brother, a handsome brother. Look at his glow. Yeah, this is, I wanted y'all to see this. Right?
Is that a plug if you're single, ladies? Now you know.
So, Brother Shahid is important to me personally because I did not know, brother, but I got a email one day, Sister Janita. As I often do, I'm very horrible. My communicative etiquette is very horrible. I'm terrible at responding to emails. I'm terrible at responding to calls, all of that. So a lot of you have emailed me and sent me stuff and I didn't respond. You probably be in your feelings right now because I responded to him. It ain't personal. It was providence, in fact. Something told me, and I don't even know how it was worded, but something told me open that email, and I read what brother's introduction, Brother Shahid, who is an electrical engineer, correct? Brother Shahid has sent me a series of YouTube videos. Now I'm very tyrannical about my time because I don't have a lot of it. And I got so many things pulling on it, which is why if I don't read what you send me or view it in a timely fashion, it's not personal, and I never do. But something compelled me to click on these videos. That this brother whom I did not know sent me. Something compelled me to click on them. I think there was 4. I chose one, the right one. I got into it. And I was floored. And I knew immediately what I was looking at, by which I mean I knew immediately the value. Whoever sent me this was a Jew, one of the Jews of the Nation of Islam. I learned from this brother what I did not know. What I did not know about the great Navy being. We have been going around the country and expounding on the science of the Navy being and how it is a remedy to the testosterone conspiracy and estrogen assault. But by watching this video, I learned what I didn't know about that. I learned the greater extent of the Navy being as an antidote to the testosterone conspiracy and the estrogen assault. I learned from watching this brother's video about Indol 3 carbinol and how the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad's specific prescription to us to eat cabbage, eat cauliflower, eat the vegetables. He even said the white ones. Eat those vegetables which the purest vegetarians and vegans would curse us for. But he prescribed them, and before watching this brother's video, I could not defend that. But after watching this brother's video, I could defend it. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said Navy bean is protective against radiation. I knew that. The messenger said it. I could never myself defend it scientifically. This brother broke it down so meticulously. I was quite simply floored watching my brother. I immediately reached out to him, responded, and asked, can we speak? I wanted to get a sonic feel of my brother. And from that point to this point, I remain impressed. And I said to him, and I say now, I want the world to know him. I want the Muslims to know Brother Shahid Muhammad and his material and study his material. He is one of those born to take the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad like me. That's why I recognize, that's why I said, these were my words to him. I know what I'm looking at. I didn't see him, but I saw his work. And from his work, I knew instinctively what I was looking at because I'm looking at myself. Brother Shahid is born to help take the defense, exposition of these teachings to a certain level of scientific discourse. I close, and I want brother to tell us a little bit about him before we get into our subject, but he is one of those that is helping to prove the point. And what is the point to be proven? That Islam, the Islam of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, ain't religion. It is not religious dogma. The Islam of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad is a bona fide body of knowledge. Brother Shahid Muhammad is one of those whose work helps establish that point beyond question. Welcome to Do the Math, Brother Shahid.
Well, wow, I would like to thank you for inviting me.
I'm a fan. I think it's clear I'm a fan.
Clearly, yeah.
Well, all praise is due to Allah. And, we, as been around members of the Nation of Islam, we often say that. And it's not that we say that out of a ritualistic habit, but we say that to identify actual reality. So one of the reasons that he may have decided to open up the email that I sent him is because I had phrased it saying that I have found something in my research that may help you and yours. So I'm very honored to be on this show with you both, because you have been so very instrumental in aiding me in my development, in my manhood, in my knowledge of history, of my knowledge of Islam, and in my knowledge of science in general. So very honored to be on the show. And
Praise belongs to Allah.
and it was, yes, this book, Understanding the Assault on the Black Manhood, Black Masculinity, that inspired me in the first place to even identify what I have found in research as valuable. I wouldn't even have known about the testosterone assault and estrogen conspiracy without the foundational work that you put in. So I'm very thankful.
Praise belongs to Allah. But you're an electrical engineer.
Yes, sir.
Right. Not a self-created electrical engineer. Right. You went through the school and the training to be an electrical engineer. Tell us about that. How did you, what made you choose that direction? And I would like to know, and I would like our listeners to know, what does your Islam, if anything, how did it contribute to your journey as an electrical engineer, or to be an electrical engineer?
Yes, sir. Well, we're taught that Islam is mathematics, and mathematics is Islam, and that can be proven at no limit of time. So the way that we are taught Islam is that it's pragmatic, it's real, it's tangible, that there is no mystery God, that if we want something to happen, there's a methodology and a process that everything is manifested through. So I became an electrical engineer because the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan instructed us to go to college to become engineers. So the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan...
Obedience is the highest form of sacrifice.
Yes, sir. Well, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, without his inspiration, I never would have thought that I had the capacity to take on such a heavy or daunting challenge in the first place. But he instructed us to do that. And as a student of his teacher, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he's cut from the lineage of divine, in which he propels us to the zenith of what we can be by introducing us to the full spectrum of our identity. So just growing up in the Nation of Islam, I never had any doubt to what I could potentially become or conquer, because I was introduced to who I am via the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So on the last note, electrical engineering specifically, I will first ascribe to myself as a scientist more so than electrical engineer, because electrical engineer...
I would too. Describe you,
yes, sir,
more broadly.
Right, because that's kind of broad, but science in general is necessary. We're taught in a nation that the chief gods are described as scientists. So I know that if we have, what we're working towards, our own self-autonomous nation, the only way for us to have that is for us to have electricity.
In the region, I co-sign that you're skilled in scientific discourse, broadly speaking, even above and beyond what would be limited to electrical engineering. As I study you, you're skilled scientifically, such that, I would resist pigeonholing you as well.
Yes, sir. So, so with that, I mean, because we got to look at what science really is and why it's such a paramount thing. Science really is the methodology or the systematic study of that incorporates observation and experimentation, in which we build up a data set or a basis of facts to work with to prove the processes of general, physical, natural laws. So that's applicable in every category and area of life. If we want to be masters of our own reality, we have to approach reality from a scientific scientific lens or perspective. So it's very critical that we all engage in scientific processes in the way that we go about solving our problems. So in engineering, the whole point of being an engineer is to have a problem and then have the thought process to be able to take that problem, analyze it, and then produce a tangible solution to it.
So let's do this before we transition. Tell the audience, share an aspect of your work.
Yeah, and can you also explain how it relates to Dr. Wesley? Because that's how you guys really connected, is through that.
Oh, yes, ma'am. So he wrote, Dr. Wesley wrote this book, which is monumental, because it documents factually, what we are dealing with. It's not just that we have actual scientific methodologies in here and historical documents
belongs to Allah.
showing what we're under. So,
Yeah, I read that. I was surprised. I was
right.
like,
So we know that if they're attacking us chemically, you know, rhetoric is not going to change that.
true.
So, but science can. And then in his really elucidation of everything that they've done to us, it really just brought so much more. It's really substantiation for the power of this book that Allah has given us an antidote to an attack that didn't even happen yet.
That's right.
Because
That's
it's
right.
a divine revelation. So
That's right.
just naturally identifying the solutions to the problem just related me to what he was doing when he first introduced this the problem that we're under. So it was just natural. I mean, I study many things that you publish almost immediately when you post them on YouTube. I check it out.
His belongs to Allah.
Yes, it was natural to try to get him to watch that.
So leave the viewers with something. What of your work would you like to share drop on the viewers?
Well, the videos that you were referencing in the beginning was a 5-part series that I made identifying the tactical radiation assault that we're under.
That is right.
Because we are under electromagnetic radiation does have an effect on our biology.
That is right.
And even from non-thermal means, from non-ionizing radiation. So the FCC officially classifies non-ionizing radiation as non-hazardous to human beings, but we do not believe that that is true based
Would that be
off
like
of-
a cell phone?
Yes,
Okay.
cell phones and other things that we encounter with on a daily basis. But my attempt as an electrical engineer was to go through this critically because in school they do teach us that if the energy is not at a certain frequency in which it is ionizing, then it has no hazardous effect to human biology, but that's not necessarily true. So it was just trying to go into breaking that down in a 5-part series, with the last part being the divine revelation in this book and how
Make sure they see it.
right how to eat to live by the Most High Muhammad, one of the greatest books that exists.
That is right.
Because like Jesus is supposed to do, he's supposed to come and bring life and life more abundantly, and that's exactly what this book does. So the last part in that series ties everything together in the fact that one of the biggest protections that we have against all the various assaults that we're under chemically, energetically, is divine revelation.
That is
specifically
right.
with the diet that we've been prescribed and strict adherence to the diet. So it's not enough to just have the book.
That is
and then
right.
It's going to protect you, but you
That's
got to be disciplined to follow what we've been given so that you can receive the benefits.
That is
So,
right. Where can the believers and the world access your material? Because I said to him, I want to weaponize you. The Nation of Islam needs to weaponize you. These brilliant minds, trained minds, need to be weaponized on behalf of truth and against falsehood. Right. So where can I urge the viewers to, when he gives you his social media information, follow him on all of the platforms, subscribe to his YouTube channel, and study his work. This brother's work fortifies the believer. It does. This brother's work fortifies the believer and gives hell to the disbeliever. And that's a great thing. Tell our audience where you and your great work can be accessed.
Well, the video series is on YouTube. My YouTube channel name is Shahid the Scientist, so SHAHEED, and then just the Scientist, and that's where a lot of the work that I have done and the work that I continue to do will be on that platform.
Instagram.
Instagram is Kingheed, KINGHEED _ and those are the platforms.
Yeah, we just had a discussion. He's not on Facebook. He said Facebook is for old people. You see, he's he's not. You Snapchat. You Snapchat.
Well, we'll definitely have to have you back on the show, because
Yeah.
especially being in the digital age, I really want to learn more about cell phones and computers and radiation and how that all, with relates especially to the diet. You've got me very interested now.
This is important.
I'm like, I need to know more.
We will have them back. We're going to have a round table with our other scholars and scientists of the nation. Real soon, when we can synchronize or coordinate everybody's schedule, I want to introduce or use this platform to help introduce the world to this aspect of the spectrum of those who are magnetized by the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan. Thank you, Brother Shahid. You're going to stay with us as we tackle this very meaty subject.
Yeah, and if you have questions during it, please, yes,
ma'am, will do.
Let us know. I'm open to it. All right, so we're getting into the meat of today, which is who killed Malcolm X. First, let me say, I have anxiety. But I think it's actually, I'm experiencing a social phenomenon right now. So I don't think it's isolated to just me. So I watched that student minister, Nuri Muhammad,
Shout out to my colleague, brother,
he did
fellow
amazing.
Student minister, Nuri Muhammad. Did a great job on The Breakfast Club, dear brother, and on Joe Budden. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was
I
on,
snatched the mic.
No, it's okay. He was on The Breakfast Club and Joe Budden and Joe Budden's podcast. So the anxiety that I'm actually experiencing, I actually think relates to what I witnessed with Joe Budden. And on the podcast, he kept saying prior that he genuinely wanted to know, right? So for me,
He
genuinely just wants
he
to.
who?
Joe Budden.
Joe Budden.
Genuinely wants to know. Sincerely wants to know what happened with Malcolm X, right? But for me, that's almost a sense of a disclaimer. I feel like underneath that, there's an undertone that specifically Black Americans, if we're not in the nation, right, we're not allowed to ask. And if you're on a public platform, you can only ask certain things. Like, no disrespect to the Breakfast Club, but I thought their questions were really limiting and showed that even on both the podcast with Joe Budden and the Breakfast Club, that no one came to the table with research, right? But I actually don't think it's isolated. I think it's what I'm experiencing right now, that internally it feels like I'm doing something wrong when I know I'm not. I'm just asking questions, right? But I think that really shows the significance of that people are really afraid to explore what's happened with Malcolm X.
And if I can give some context to your anxiety, it's not you.
Yeah.
And get some context to what you saw if your observation is that there may have been some tiptoeing. Well, there's a reason for that. This is a wound in the heart of Black America that has never healed. The murder of Malcolm X, February 21st, 1965. The way he was taken, the tsunami of propaganda that was unleashed after, and just keeping it real, the very painful situation that preceded his murder. It has produced a deep wound in Black America, a deep wound in the Nation of Islam, a deep wound in the non-Muslim Black community, and it's genuinely painful. And so people engage this topic most often from emotion. Usually, and to Joe Budden's credit, to the Breakfast Club's credit, they were willing to engage the subject with us.
Right.
Because 9.9 times out of 10, the discussions are divorced from each other. The Muslim discussion of Malcolm X takes place in an echo chamber. The non-Muslim discussion of Malcolm X takes place in an echo chamber, meaning they insist on not involving the Nation of Islam in such discussions. So usually most discussions, there's little anxiety, but a whole lot of emotionalism, people letting their emotions run wild, their emotional love for Malcolm and hate for the nation. And they're free to do so in their quarantine space, right? Or Muslims, some of us will give vent to a hate or an emotional reaction to Malcolm from the safety of our mosques or protected spaces. So most discussions are isolated discussions, high on emotion. Those rare times where the two do come together, that's when you see the anxiety now, right? So people are afraid to say what they said when they were talking alone. They were talking in their safe spaces, right?
Yeah.
People don't want to say that in a dialogue, but the dialogue is necessary. So I think that's the context, Sister Janita.
And I was picking up on that because once I saw that, I was like, I actually don't think this is, again, isolated. I think I'm tapping into something that is beyond me, and yet I feel it as if I understood why he felt the need to say, I just genuinely want to know, you know? And I was like, but what is that phenomenon, and how can we break that down to help us all move forward? Another thing that I wanted to comment on is I really appreciated when the student minister, Nur Muhammad, was like, the best way to hide something from a black man is to put it in a book. Actually, when I was an undergrad, that's what one of my black mentors had told me. And so I thought that that was really interesting, because it's like most of the times when people are coming to the table to have this conversation, they're literally parroting information that is sound bites. Not they can say, oh, I've read the Assassination of Malcolm X, and this is what's happened, or I've watched the 1994 PBS Malcolm X documentary, Make It Plain, right? And this is why I'm coming to the table with this specific question. Instead, it's like, well, I've watched Spike Lee's movie, which I gotta say, because I've been reading and I've been looking and watching all those other documentaries, I could not finish that movie anymore because I just kept looking. I was like, whoa, there's a lot of inaccuracies. And I know today we're structuring it with Malcolm's departure and then his murder, but because there's so much misinformation, I think it's so important to first start about how Malcolm got involved to the Nation of Islam.
Absolutely. Before we get into the meat of it, I must make some preliminary remarks.
Yes.
In addition to what I just said. There is no way that this discussion can ever be had with integrity and it not be painful. So of course, that's why there's so much anxiety, because everybody instinctively knows it, and that's why there's a lot of tiptoeing, trying to minimize or avoid the pain of the discussion. But there is no way this discussion can be had and there not be painful moments. There is no way a full understanding and honest and open discussion about the murder of Malcolm X can be had and things not be put on the table that's gonna hurt some paradigms, gonna do violence to some paradigms. People will get offended. America has been consuming for decades now a fabricated Malcolm X narrative. Spike Lee's movie contributed greatly to and codified in the minds of black people on a popular level a false and pernicious narrative about Malcolm, and about the Nation of Islam. So we come today, as we always have since February 21st, 1965. From that day to this, with no break in between, the Nation of Islam has always come to this discussion having to deconstruct a powerful false narrative. A narrative that not only that preceded us, that was deliberately fabricated to be weaponized against us. In fact, as we would demonstrate, the engineering of the assassination itself had in mind an attack on the Nation of Islam. Yeah, I'm going to prove that. The assassination, the organization of the assassination of Malcolm X never just had Malcolm X in mind, never intended only to harm Malcolm X, but the original plan for the assassination was to harm Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam. So we come today to engage in a mature discussion, a discussion that will be painful. I will not tiptoe.
Me neither.
Through
I
the
got some real
tulips.
questions.
All right, so you know what? I should even say that. I should
I feel
because
nervous,
I know
but
we will not tiptoe through the tulips.
yeah.
We're going to be mature. We're going to be grown. We're going to be respectful, but we're going to be honest. Because the wounds will never heal, Sister Janita and Brother Shahid. We will never make progress in healing the wounds created by the murder of Malcolm X until there's clarity on some important issues, until we can put certain falsehoods to rest, falsehoods that generate pain. When we can honestly bring clarity to certain matters, we can end certain false narratives, then we can make genuine progress in healing the wounds such that Malcolm X will never again, or the fabricated Malcolm X. The popular Malcolm X is very much a fabricated Malcolm X, a Malcolm X that the popular sentiment loves is a enemy-contrived Malcolm X. The very enemy that Malcolm fought against is the author of the popular version of Malcolm X that so many of us believe we love. So we have to point that out. We have to deconstruct, and I close on this point, we have to deconstruct the false Malcolm because it does so much injury to the real Malcolm, the Malcolm that was put on the U.S. postal stamp, was such an insult to that great revolutionary and gift from God to black people, Brother Minister Malcolm X. The fabricated Malcolm X, a Malcolm X that was sanitized so well that he qualified to be on the U.S. postal stamp. That Malcolm is an insult to the true legacy of Malcolm X. So we begin.
Well, before we begin, everything that your sentiments just actually naturally aligned with a question that we got from an audience member. And I think it's a great way to kind of ground us and then to really get into the meat of everything. But they want to know, why does it matter and why do we got to keep defending this? How can we move forward always living in the past?
Because there is a very definite reason why we, the Nation of Islam, cannot and will not let the mischief-making use of Malcolm X go unanswered. And it is because the mischief being made with the legacy of Malcolm X, it's not arbitrary. It is not that the fabricators of the popular version of Malcolm X, I will call it, just for clarity, the postal stamp Malcolm X. When I say postal stamp Malcolm X, I mean the Malcolm X that's been so sanitized and fabricated that he qualified to be on the U.S. postal stamp. The postal stamp Malcolm X has been weaponized, not just against the Nation of Islam, but specifically, he's being weaponized against Black America's natural love for the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan. He is the point here. Malcolm X, whenever Black people demonstrate their resonancy with the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan, God's man rose up for God's people. God's people, Black people, God's man, the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan, to ensure a disconnect. Satan does not want the connection made between God's people and God's man. And so Satan seeks to interfere in that connection, and Satan learned that to weaponize Malcolm's legacy against the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan can pay dividends for the devil. So they never cease, whenever the Nation of Islam, under the leadership of the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan, made inroads with God's people. It has never failed. There has been a new iteration of Malcolm X, of the postal stamp Malcolm X. And so we cannot, to the questioner, we will not ever cease exposing the mischief being made and fighting the mischief being made, because they seek to keep God's people from God's man. We seek to make sure they are not successful.
Okay, that makes sense. So now, if you watch the Denzel movie, when Denzel plays Malcolm X, right, one would believe that Malcolm X joins the nation once he's in prison, that he's introduced to the teachings of the messenger from a fellow inmate who opens his mind. However, if you watch the 1994 Malcolm X documentary, Make It Plain and Simple, which features his wife, Betty Shabazz, his daughter, several of his siblings, as well as the other Malcolm who went to prison with him, right? It, one, dispels what actually happened. So that particular movie makes it appear that Malcolm X, Red at the time, before he became Malcolm X, and the other guy, Archie, whose real name is actually Malcolm as well, that I learned from the other documentary, essentially went to prison for robbing and really because of their love for white women. But in the documentary, it explained that these two white women knew a couple was leaving in Florida. They plotted together that they were going to go rob the home. But the movie features like a third person, and then they go and steal the watch while this man is sleeping. But the documentary doesn't talk about that at all. And so essentially, these two white women lied to the police and said that they were forced to participate, and that the women were also asked to say that they had raped them. And then the other Malcolm, who's in the documentary, the 1994 PBS documentary, was like, well, they didn't do all that. They didn't say that part. So it seemed like those two women drew a line on how far they were willing to go. But he says that the four of them were in cahoots. So they end up in prison. because of that, based off of the movie. Then he meets this guy. However, in the documentary, what I learned is that Filbert X and Wilfred X, which are biological brothers of Malcolm X, introduced him to the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and that it actually mimicked, and I don't know if mimic is the right word here, but it sounds like they were originally under the teachings of Marcus Garvey, and that the teachings of Marcus Garvey and Elijah Muhammad mirror each other. So, and when I looked at some pictures of it, it actually, some of the photos I look like Savior's Day. So is it Garveyism? Is that a word? Does the Nation of Islam stem from that?
No.
Okay.
But the Nation of Islam stems from God. However, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey was a very important trailblazer for the work of the Nation of Islam. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and thus the Nation of Islam, collectively and individually, we pay honor and respect to the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, as we pay honor and respect to the second trailblazer, the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad had great respect for both men.
Okay.
And he engendered in his followers a great respect, honor, and love for both men. Now, because Master Fard Muhammad, from whom the nation stems, not the Honorable Marcus Garvey, but Master Fard Muhammad, he began in Detroit in 1930. The Honorable Marcus Garvey, not too long prior, I don't have the exact date, but he was deported, I believe, sometime not too far from that date. There were many followers of Marcus Garvey's movement who became Muslim, who came into the Nation of Islam. There were many followers, yes. There were many followers of Noble Drew Ali's movement who came into the Nation of Islam. So when you see seeming vestiges or reflections of Marcus Garvey's movement or Noble Drew Ali's movement among Muslims, it's because followers of those two movements became integral part of this new movement. But the Nation of Islam springs from God himself in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, but we will never cease paying tribute to those great trailblazers.
Yeah, and so that's essentially what I understood from when Filbert X was speaking, that because they grew up under Marcus Garvey, you know, naturally he was attracted to the NOI. While his brother was in prison, he writes them and
It was very logical.
Right, yeah, he writes them and he says, submit to Allah and your time will be reduced, because he was looking at a 10-year
And the Honorable Marcus Garvey identified Allah as the God of the Negro, though you Afrocentrist haters be adverse. Okay, go ahead.
Well, so this happens, right? And so in the movie it says that one day, randomly, I guess, Elijah Muhammad, the messenger, just sends a letter to Malcolm X. And it never really explains how that happens, but if you watch, again, the 1994 PBS documentary, this one makes a lot more sense, that Malcolm X actually directly first wrote the messenger himself, and then the messenger responded, and so then there becomes this correspondence between these two, and that it sounds like that Malcolm could accept everything in terms about doing for self, but this areas that were a struggle for him were the idea of white devils and Islam. And so it took him a moment to kind of grasp with that, but once he came to the conclusion that he was more in alignment with what the messenger was saying, he leaves, he meets the messenger, he's very excited, and he met his son Wallace, the messenger's son Wallace, and he was very excited because it was the messenger's son, and he heard the messenger speak, And from that moment, he told the messenger directly, like, you need to have a full room every time that you do this information. And a bit, from my understanding, Malcolm X then made it his mission to be a part of that, and considering his relationships and his connections in Harlem and the fact that he was highly intelligent, his upbringing, the fact that, you know, he was really indoctrinated in white culture in terms of he was in an all-white school, becomes the class president, right? Like, amazing that he has this high level of abilities that a lot of people can't do, and he's very charismatic. So then he becomes what the minister of, is it Harlem, of the Harlem Mosque? One of the most important ones that he becomes?
Oh, he built many mosques.
But there was one where he started. The one where he started
No, he started probably a great many of those on the East Coast. And
he started the media too, right? Like the Nation of Islam, y'all were not.
Speaks. Yeah, but on that point, let me say something. I wanted to comment because while your reflections are true, there's a false narrative that may be in some listeners' mind that may interpret your words in line with this false narrative, which I have no doubt is not in your mind. But you often read, in probably most of these books, that Malcolm built the nation, that the numbers didn't come to the nation until Malcolm brought numbers to the nation. And so when you mention Malcolm saying to the messenger that he should always, in words, have a full room, and he took that as his mission to make sure that was the case, and that's fine, but people need to understand history. While Malcolm did a great service for over 12 years for the Nation of Islam, but we have to put him, me, us, always in the broader context. Master Fard Muhammad himself had 25,000 followers in just 3 years. In Detroit alone, according to newspaper reports of the time, while he had 25,000 in Detroit, he had 30,000 in the Chicago area. I don't know the truth of it. This is what the 1930s newspaper reports that I read said. So the nation had numbers before Malcolm, but there was always a ebb and flow to our numbers, because while we had at least 25,000 in Detroit and maybe tens of thousands in Chicago, when Master Fard Muhammad left Detroit in 34 and for the last time in 35, and there was a succession question, a leadership controversy, which runs through the nation's history, right? Whenever there's a leadership controversy, of course, numbers drop. But then the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he's on a run for 7 years, but he's building the nation back up. So by the time 1942, he had great numbers. But in 1932, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, by executive order of President Roosevelt, is locked up. So the leader is again locked up. And the numbers of the nation naturally take a fall again when he gets out of prison. Now, as he's in prison, the nation is left under the leadership of his dear wife and capable wife, Mother Clara Muhammad. She managed the nation while her husband was in prison. He gets out, he starts rebuilding the nation again. And that's when, around that time, soon, Malcolm learns of the messenger and their relationship starts, and he comes out and he brings the gifts that Allah gave him for this mission. He brings it to this mission, and the mission, the nation, benefited tremendously from it. So I just wanted to put that in context. Because you will read and hear that the Nation of Islam ain't never had no numbers until Malcolm started preaching. And that's a false narrative. And when Malcolm, and we'll get to it, and when Malcolm departed, we're going to discuss that departed from the Nation of Islam.
Right.
Those are the two areas I want to extensively deal with and clarify. The circumstances of the departure of Malcolm X from the Nation of Islam, one, and two, the circumstances of the murder of Malcolm X. But I want to say in closing this point, that when Malcolm, we had numbers before Malcolm came. We had numbers when Malcolm left. So I don't want that to be lifted up. That's not the point of Malcolm's life or his legacy, but I certainly can't allow that false narrative to stand when I know better.
Yeah, I had also read that while Malcolm X was in prison, that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was already being watched by the U.S. government. So that I thought was interesting. But getting into the circumstances of his departure, because now that we've kind of, at this point, I feel like we've laid out how he actually got involved in the nation, and people already know all the significance that he came through. Although I do at some point want to talk about, I watched on the documentary that Minister Louis Farrakhan was the protege of Malcolm X, and that
Absolutely.
Cassius Clay, who later becomes Muhammad Ali, was also a student of Malcolm X, and that's how he got, well, not necessarily a
but
student,
Malcolm didn't bring Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali into the Nation of Islam.
I heard he got bypassed, though.
Who got bypassed?
That Malcolm X was bypassed.
No.
So that he tried to leverage
He did try to leverage.
When we get to the departure part,
Malcolm did try to leverage.
Okay, so we'll get to
Muhammad
that part
Ali,
when it happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak to that, but we have to again. We're doing some myth busting, some Malcolm X myth busting.
Yeah.
The false narrative associated with the postal stamp Malcolm X. We have to deconstruct every aspect of the false narrative as it presents itself. And again, for those who are listening, we are distinguishing between Malcolm X, the man, who is worthy of honor and admiration, versus Malcolm X, the postal stamp Malcolm X, which is the total fabrication of the enemies of Malcolm X. So the point has to go out, because it is part of the false narrative, that Malcolm X brought Muhammad Ali to Islam. That is absolutely not the case. Muhammad Ali or Cassius Clay heard the beautiful words of a song, the song from the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan, "White man's heaven is a black man's hell." That's the Islam that first put the hook in Cassius Clay. And Cassius Clay heard those words repeated one day, and it was the late great Abdul Rahman Muhammad, the Atlanta representative, but at that time, I think he was in Miami, who introduced, he was the mentor and tutor of Cassius Clay in Islam, Abdul Rahman Muhammad, not Malcolm X. So that point must be made. Not that Malcolm X will not later develop a relationship with Cassius Clay, but you see, once Malcolm X left the messenger, Muhammad Ali left Malcolm X, because their relationship.
Really?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, so we're going to have to, because now I'm confused, because the way in which the story has been told, it's Malcolm X Cassius Clay at the time reaches out to Malcolm X to prepare him for his fight. He's trying to leverage Cassius Clay to
Let's
get.
hold on. I'm gonna deal with that in detail. When
Okay,
we
so then
walk
let's
through-
start with the. So from the research that I've done, it appears that there are 3 things that occurred that ultimately leads up to the departure of Malcolm X. First, starting with Ronald Stokes, and that was the first time where it appears that the prophet or the messenger, right? The messenger and Malcolm X are at odds about. He didn't want him to publicly speak about that. Can you tell us more about that first situation?
Ronald Stokes is a brother, an FOI, who was murdered in LA by police. Malcolm X wanted the Nation of Islam to go to war with the police department over the death of our brother. Malcolm X wanted us, and maybe that language, go to war, is a little excessive, but Malcolm X wanted us to retaliate. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said no, we will not retaliate now. And Malcolm X was disappointed. Now, why did the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad veto Malcolm's idea? Everyone who knows the history of the Nation of Islam knows we have a history of physical altercation
I was gonna ask, yeah.
with the police department, and we win those. We don't carry guns. We win those when. Well, let me say, I have to clarify. Most of the time we win those. Sometimes we don't. And the criterion that determines when we've won and when we lost is the faith of the Muslims involved in the fight with the police. So one of our brothers, again in LA, in the 90s, he got killed by the police. Police, except for why? Police had the gun to him.
What year was Ronald Stokes then?
And that was 62, 60, 61, 62.
Okay.
But police had the guns drawn. Brother said, please don't kill me, or please don't shoot me. The police shot him. The police is not the giver or taker of life for the Muslim. Allah is. So when our faith in Allah is uncompromising, we win those fights with the police. Unarmed against heavily armed police, we win those fights. When our faith is not strong enough to win that fight, and that's what the case was in the mosque at that time in LA when Ronald Stokes was killed. The messenger was not prepared to let them, to send them to war with the police department. So he said no. And Malcolm couldn't understand the larger picture. Malcolm yet couldn't understand that at the end of the day, the nation and many of those who follow Malcolm, they get tripped up on this too. The muscle of the Nation of Islam is not, we joked about our goons, but we should strike that language too. Just having fun with that, but be clear. The muscle of the Nation of Islam has never been the physical might of the FOI. It's never been how many soldiers can be marshaled against an endeavor, the muscle of the Nation of Islam has always been the source of all of our victories, whether they be intellectual or physical victories. When our victories over the mafia, the muscle has always been spiritual. Always. The source of our victory against all of our enemies, physical victories, is our faith in the God who empowers us, Allah, in the person of Master Forward Muhammad. So, militarily, tactically, a wise general will not just, in this army, doesn't just assess or when assessing the weaponry of the soldier to determine if I want to send those soldiers to the battlefield. The weaponry that's assessed is spiritual. And the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad did an assessment in that situation. And he was not prepared to send the believers to war with the police department. And because Malcolm had gone out in the public with his pronouncements so hard, before he put his word out too quickly and got elements of the community behind his words, and then when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad would not co-sign what he put out there, Malcolm was disappointed.
Can you explain this a little bit more? Because I feel like in some ways it's kind of going over my head. I feel like you're probably in alignment right now where you're like, oh, I understand. But for me, I guess what I'm trying to grasp is you're saying that it's spiritual, right? But also I do know that one of the principles of the NOI as well as the FOI is that if you harm one of us, we have to come and get you.
That is right.
So, and it sounds like Malcolm was in alignment with that principle, but I guess I'm not understanding the bridge between the spiritual aspect of that principle and why this decision was made.
That's very legitimate. It is our religion that we are never to be the aggressor, but we fight with those who fight with us. Now, there's a individual principle involved, and then there's a national execution. In terms of the national execution, on what grounds, which offense will the leader of this nation allow to be the trigger to send his followers into war with an enemy when that enemy, by all metrics, can slaughter those particular soldiers or those particular Muslims? So the messenger of God, and that's a great question. Look how this thing plays out. And it illustrates what we mean by spiritual. So our brother was killed. He wasn't the first. He wasn't the last. Some of those all of those who killed our people received retribution, but in various different ways. And not because we went out and slaughtered, found those who killed our man or woman and killed them. Not necessarily the case. My words, not necessarily the case. But there's circumstances. We assess, well, what was the circumstance of that particular situation? And why did it go down like that? Before the messenger of God is going to send out the believers to go to war with a police department, the trigger gotta be worthy of that. Now, the Honorable Elijah and the Muslims need to be qualified for that. Now, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad assessed the situation. No, that would be foolish on a whole bunch of levels. Malcolm, yeah, you would make the point, right, to the media and the black leadership that you rallied to our cause, and we appreciate that. Yeah, it'll make the point that the Muslims in LA, they willing to fight, but in that case, we would have lost. Versus in New York, we fought and we won. But look at what happened. It wasn't too long. Malcolm didn't understand. He was disappointed. He wanted to execute vengeance with his own hands. The messenger said no. And not long after that, if I'm not mistaken, in the dates, there was a plane load of white folks that went down. All of them died. I believe the plane went down in Atlanta. Now, that was the first time Malcolm got in trouble for mocking white death. He mocked the death of those whites who perished in that plane crash. And he said later, I regret I ever said that. But
Who did he get in trouble by?
the only one he could get in trouble by, his superior.
The messenger?
The most honorable Elijah Muhammad. Yes, he was reprimanded for that.
Why? Considering that the messenger talks about white devils, why would he be upset
But
about
even
that?
when we identify the white man for who he is, the devil, we're always civilized with it. Until we're not. But when we're not, we get penalized for it.
Okay.
Because a Muslim is civilized. So Prophet Muhammad said, there's a hadith, a Jew had died, and the people, his remains, was passing the prophet, and the prophet stood up in respect of the Jew. Now the prophet and the Muslims under Prophet Muhammad was at war with the Jews. They were the enemy. But when this dead Jew passed by the prophet stood up out of respect for that Jew. Don't matter that he's the enemy, and he instructed us because death will visit all of us. So we respect the dead. We don't mock anybody's death. So we aren't the wild-eyed, I'm gonna get you sucker black. We don't do that.
Yeah.
We are civilized, dignified in our blackness. So we identify the white man for who he is, the devil. And when Allah executes judgment on them, we don't cry about it, but we don't applaud it. We don't mock it or publicly applaud it either. That is not wise.
Okay. So it sounds like 1962, the first incident, and then another incident that ultimately leads to his departure, and this is a sensitive one, and I feel like a lot of people never really want to kind of have this discussion, but it was reported that one day Malcolm X is going over to the minister's house, and he sees about some young girls banging on the door, alleging...
The messenger's house, you mean?
Oh, yes, what did I say?
The ministers.
Oh, yes, thank you, the messenger's house, and alleging that he's the father of their children and they're part of the NOI and he's not taking care of them. Malcolm X goes and says something to Wallace, which is one of the sons of the messenger, who says, who he himself in the 1994 documentary, that he had been aware of his father's relationships, but it hadn't fully registered in his head, and so, you know, so Wallace then says that he's being accused by the nation for being like a traitor, when he's saying, well, he didn't just tell Malcolm. Malcolm asked him, and then he told him, whereas Malcolm publicly said that Wallace told him. But there's a lot going on right there, because essentially he's saying
there's
that
nothing going on
teenage
right
girls.
there.
Okay. So, but
So
did he have young teenage wives?
So, I'm going to take the steering wheel now, because that's where I wanted to start.
Okay.
That absolutely is part of the false narrative. And let me preface it with the authoritative statement of the false narrative. Right? Carl Evans. This is the linchpin of the false narrative. He said, quote, Malcolm quit the sect, Nation of Islam, in March 1964 after discovering that Elijah Muhammad, the leader of the NOI, who claimed to be a divine prophet, had fathered over half a dozen children by at least 6 of his former personal secretaries, end quote. That is an absolute falsehood. That is the linchpin of the false narrative. That is central to the history of the legacy of the postal stamp Malcolm X. But it is false. Why is it false?
Yes, and then how do you explain his son Wallace
I will get to all that. So now, be patient with me.
All righty.
I got the steering wheel now. Feel free to ask questions as they come, but I'm going to, Allah willing, we are going to clear that all up. Get it on record. So neither you or us or the viewers of this will never fall victim to that false narrative. Again, a false narrative that it has to be said and acknowledged, Brother Rochester, a false narrative that began with Malcolm himself. Malcolm discovered, the false narrative says, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad impregnated some little secretaries. He discovered this, and as a result of this discovery, in March 1964, he leaves the Nation of Islam. His confidence in his teacher is crushed. He cannot attest to the morality of his spiritual leader anymore. And so he has to leave the Nation of Islam in March 1964. Absolutely nothing could be further from the truth. Malcolm X did not make a discovery of his teacher's domestic life in which he took wives from among the community. Malcolm didn't find that out in 1964, get crushed by it, suffer a spiritual crisis because of it, and leave the Nation of Islam. That never happened like that. Malcolm, by his own admission, first found out of the domestic life of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad in December 1962. Do the math. It's 2 years. Or at least, over a year. He finds out December 1962. And how does he find out? This is very important. It's very important. What happened by December of 1962 such that certain aspects of his teacher's domestic life came to his attention? What happened was November, quote, on November 11th, 1961, approval was given for a high-level counterintelligence program. This is from FBI memorandum, November 27th, 1968. Says in November 11th, 1961, approval was given for a high-level counterintelligence program against the Nation of Islam by Hoover, entitled Nation of Islam ISNOI, meaning Internal Security NOI. This program was initiated by Chicago and resulted in a nationwide counterintelligence program which showed fallacies and weaknesses of the NOI to the public. The program continues. A key aspect of that counterintelligence effort that began November 1961 to expose weaknesses and fallacies of the Nation of Islam. The FBI began spreading rumors in the nation regarding the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad's domestic life. The FBI sent letters to various Muslims regarding the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad's domestic life. Malcolm gave ear by his own admission. Malcolm gave ear to the FBI-generated rumor mill in the nation. Malcolm, instead of, and Malcolm in the rumor mill heard particular names that were of specific interest of his, Malcolm X. Sisters whom he'd known. He had heard they became wives of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He heard it from the rumor mill generated deliberately by the FBI counterintelligence program. How he handled that, and this is real important, and the sensitivity of this matter compels me to be wise, be careful, which will often mean be slow. So I need y'all to be patient. This is treacherous waters if not handled properly. But it's critical and it cannot go. I am saying we are repossessing the Malcolm X narrative. We taking it back because we gave the world Malcolm X. And I'll get to that. This was how Malcolm, December 1962, Malcolm gives ear to the FBI COINTELPRO fabricated rumor mill in the Nation of Islam. Malcolm hears names that resonates with him. And Malcolm makes his first error. And again, so when y'all assess the emotion that we have or had towards Malcolm in 64, and 65 in particular, because that's when things got ugly. But when y'all assess or try to understand or judge what emotional space, what mental space we were at regarding Malcolm X at that time, you have to take this into consideration. Malcolm made his first error at that point because he heard something about his teacher. And the protocol is either leave it alone or go to his teacher. Malcolm X in New York had a captain, Captain Yusuf Shaw. One of the reasons their relationship wasn't great, in 1956, 1957, a rumor was spread in Mosque number 7 in Harlem about Malcolm and women. And Yusuf Shaw, Captain Joseph at the time, did not bring it to Malcolm. Malcolm found out, Malcolm punished Captain Joseph on the principle that you heard a rumor and you failed to come to me about it. And it was involving women. And so Malcolm penalized Captain Joseph. Now, by the same principle, when Malcolm heard what were rumors at this time, he should have went to his teacher. He did not. What did Malcolm do? Malcolm went to the women. 3 of the women. Malcolm went to the women. He heard that these women are the messenger's wives. It was always wives, even for Malcolm. We'll get to that. He heard that these women, whom he knew, were wives of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And instead of going to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he went to the wives, each of them, 3 of them, and questioned them. Then, did he go? See, that was violation number 1.
So they were wives?
Absolutely, they were wives.
Oh, okay.
And we'll get to that. They absolutely were wives. But Malcolm was in grave violation by how he handled that. But because of his personal relationship or sentiment regarding the sisters, he violated the same protocol that he punished Captain Joseph for. The same, not the same year, but not too far earlier. So what then does Malcolm do? He goes to Wallace. This is how it happened. He goes to Wallace, the son, and he presumes to reveal this to Wallace. Wallace's response was, I know. So Malcolm said Wallace brought it to him. That was a fabrication. That was later part of it. We'll get to why Malcolm took that route. All of the rubber hit the road June 1964, not March 1964. The ugliness started. The Rubicon River was crossed in June 1964. Everything was different. We will demonstrate. Everything was different prior to June 1964. We'll get to that. But we're so far from that. We're December 1962.
Yeah.
Not only did Malcolm hear rumors, he's confirmed the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad had taken wives. He went to them, violation. He goes to Wallace, violation.
Now, is the violation because they're his wives and that's his child?
No. Well, that violation is in there. But the same violation for which he punished Captain Joseph.
Right. Yeah.
See, in our restricted law, we don't engage in slack talk. So when, by law, that's why he was able to penalize Captain Joseph, because that was in violation to our restrictive law. And so non-Muslims, you can't understand this situation. You can't properly judge it, most importantly, unless you put it in the context of our way. That Malcolm was integral to, and the way was integral to Malcolm. So the principal, when he heard a rumor, he should have took it right to the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. When he took it to anybody else other than the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he was in violation of the same restrictive law that Captain Joseph was, that Malcolm was the enforcer of. And then on top of that, he goes to visit the women, the wives, secretly visit the wives of his teacher? No, that was a gross violation. So he does that. Then he goes to Wallace. And then when Wallace said, I know, then Malcolm writes the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
What's he say?
I'm gonna get to that. He writes the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. The messenger says and shares what he heard. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad tells him, he will talk to him in Arizona. In between that letter and the meeting with the messenger, Malcolm, this is extremely important. God is in the details. See, the reason this mess can go so far and wide and be so emotionally charged is because folks don't have the details. After the letter Malcolm finally wrote to his messenger, and before the meeting with his messenger to discuss it, Malcolm goes back to Wallace. And according to Malcolm, see, this is critical. He and Wallace do what? They go through the scripture. It's critical. Malcolm X and Wallace Muhammad go through the scripture, identifying the prophets and messengers of God who had multiple wives. Now, this is real critical. Malcolm and Wallace are doing this. Why? Because Malcolm is the context. Malcolm knew that we're dealing with a messenger of God. So the criterion by which a messenger of God is judged is not American law. It's not Western tastes or tendencies. The criterion by which the behavior of a messenger of God is judged is the scripture. And so Malcolm and Wallace are going through the scriptures and tallying up all of the messengers of God, all of whom had multiple wives. Abraham, Moses, Solomon, David, after God's own heart. Prophet Muhammad, messenger of God, 9 wives, as the most honorable Elijah Muhammad took 9 wives. So Wallace and Malcolm are going through the scripture, and Malcolm leaves feeling very good. So the meeting happens, and because he knows that his messenger is acting in accord with his role as messenger of God. Malcolm understood it. Wallace understood it. Now, you mentioned, you rightly, you keep giving it to Spike Lee's movie X. Rightly so. There's a couple of key scenes that I too will deconstruct. And everyone should know that that movie closes, at least, maybe opens to, with the disclaimer that scenes and characters have been fictionalized for dramatic purposes. And a very damaging and devilish fictionized scene is this. There's a scene in that movie where Malcolm, the meeting, he meets with the messenger in his home. The issue of his domestic life comes up, and the movie has the messenger justifying to Malcolm his domestic life by invoking scripture and invoking the prophets. That is a lie. It's a devilish lie, and you should not only know it's a lie, but know the truth of what happened, because it's so relevant to everything that developed. So after going back to Wallace, and they scan the scriptures and realize to their own satisfaction, certainly to Malcolm's satisfaction, that the messenger's life is the life summation of all of the messengers and prophets that preceded him. Malcolm now goes to, in April of 63, Malcolm now has the meeting with the messenger in Phoenix, this grossly misrepresented in Spike Lee's movie. Malcolm X tells us precisely how that meeting went. Malcolm enters the palace in Phoenix. They, after walking onto the pool area, Mr. Muhammad says to his student, "Well, son, what's on your mind?" Immediately, Malcolm tells him what he's hearing, and before the messenger can say anything, the messenger don't say nothing. After telling the messenger what he's hearing, Malcolm says, he explains how he said, without waiting for a response, Malcolm explains that he and Wallace had found documentation for his life in the prophecy. Malcolm commences to running off the domestic life of the prophets and messengers. Them damnable liars who wrote the script of that movie that made the messenger invoke those histories to justify his deeds. That's a damn lie. Malcolm not allowing his messenger to even respond to the rumors. He said, Wallace and I, the apostle, we found the documentation. He starts running the domestic life of the messengers. And the most honorable Elijah Muhammad's words to him were simply, son, I'm not surprised. You've always had such a good understanding of prophecy and spiritual things. That's how that meeting went. Malcolm was real grounded, and Wallace were well grounded in the knowledge of what we're dealing with here. Malcolm brought the scriptural defense to the messenger. Not that he needed it, but he's letting the messenger know, I understand. And the messenger confirmed only, yeah, I'm not surprised. Did you understand? Malcolm left that meeting in April of 1963 with his faith in his teacher stronger than ever. There ain't no spiritual crisis here.
Right.
There ain't no moral conflict here. It don't exist. This is April 1963. It don't not exist. Malcolm, he didn't met with wives. He didn't met with the messenger, didn't met with Wallace. He's good, except not so much. There was an aspect that did trouble him. And it had nothing to do with the fact that his messenger had 9 wives, because he understood that perfectly. He had no qualms with the messenger of God having wives. It was Malcolm's personal affinity with 3 of them in particular, those 3 that he visited, that was an obstacle, an emotional obstacle that Malcolm proved not able to overcome. But look what happens.
What do you mean by that, though? Like he was romantically involved?
Malcolm, no, I'm not saying that. And I'm going to respect the sisters because they're still here. So I'm not going to go further than I need to go. Except to reject that. No, that absolutely is not what I'm saying. But Malcolm did know the 3 that he visited, and he felt a way about their being the wives of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, and that is the aspect that Malcolm never really overcame. It wasn't the wives thing. He got that. He good at that. And you know he good because he left the messenger, his black messenger, with his 9 wives and went following behind them Arabs with their 100 wives. So no, it wasn't the wives. It wasn't the 9 wives that were the problem. Ultimately, it was the 3 wives that were the problem. But moving on. So this meeting happens. He and Malcolm face to face on a matter. What does Malcolm do? What does the messenger do? Does the messenger say, oh, I gotta shut him up? He knows too much. See, this is a narrative. That's a Carl Levin's narrative. That's the Zach Kondo narrative. I gotta silence him. What happens? They done had this meeting. In the fall of 1963, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad is in Philadelphia. He introduces, does he try to silence Malcolm because he knows too much? Want to put a muzzle on him so he doesn't share what he knows? No, in fact, he made Malcolm X the first national minister in Philadelphia, fall of 1963. And in introducing Malcolm, the messenger says to the audience of Malcolm, "This is my most faithful, hard-working minister. He will follow me till he dies." Malcolm says of this, he had never paid such a compliment to any Muslim. See, they good. Not that Malcolm isn't harboring, and he is, but the messenger is good. The messenger didn't quiet him. He gave him the bigger platform to represent him. But Malcolm is harboring, and Malcolm is working against the messenger.
Okay. So this is all still 1963. And so it seems like the third and final straw that ultimately leads to his departure is in November 1963, John F. Kennedy is assassinated. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad tells Malcolm X to not mention his name. No? Okay. So, well, I'll go over and then you can dispel everything as you know it. So he tells Malcolm X to not speak directly on John F. Kennedy because, you know, it's going to be a big issue. Malcolm X hosts a lecture, and he does something different this time. He never opens it up for questions, but he decides to open it up for question, and then he indirectly speaks about John F. Kennedy, and as a result, then
He indirectly speaks about John F. Kennedy.
Yeah. He indirectly speaks about John F. Kennedy, and then he gets silenced for 90 days by order of the messenger himself.
So, first, there's one more before we get to November.
Okay. So we got one more step in between?
Yeah, it's real.
There's a lot of
Real
information.
Critical.
I even heard from when student minister Nuri Muhammad was talking that with the Alex Haley's book, I think there's like 13 to 15 chapters that are missing from the autobiography.
There's three chapters.
Oh, three chapters that are missing.
Yeah.
That's a big jump ahead. But three. But still, there's a lot of information where it's hard to always synthesize it. So yeah, let's definitely backtrack then.
So, no, I'm getting here. Let's start there. President Kennedy is assassinated. November 63. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't give Malcolm some private instruction. Immediately upon news of the assassination, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had a communication sent out to every minister of the Nation of Islam. We are a structure. There's a lot of teachable moments in Malcolm, which is why Malcolm must be studied. We are a structure. None of us who are cogs in this structure, if you will, none of us are so great that we are more valuable than the structure. None. Every minister was given an immediate communication. Say nothing about the assassination of JFK. The country was mourning. JFK was the first Catholic president of this country. As far as we know, there were black Muslim inmates under the authority of Catholic correctional officers. It would be foolish for us to speak into the pain of a country mourning the loss of their beloved leader, to speak our truth into it. Truth out of season is a bad thing. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave every minister direct instruction, say nothing of, make no comment on the assassination of John F. Kennedy. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was scheduled to speak in New York. He canceled that speech, given what had just happened. Malcolm didn't like that. Malcolm impressed upon the messenger that we had invested so much money in this event. If you won't go, allow me to go and speak in your stead. The messenger gave him the okay, but the messenger reminded him. He said, okay, Malcolm, but remember, say nothing about the assassination of JFK. So look how it happened. So Malcolm arrives. Captain Joseph bars all of the press from the meeting. He didn't want he didn't want no problems. Don't start none, won't be none. So Captain Joseph barred all press. There were to be no press in that event. Malcolm had a particular New York Times journalist that for some reason he fancied, M.S. Handler. And then M.S. Handler was part of the FBI's COINTELPRO effort. M.S. Handler also wrote the foreword to the autobiography of Malcolm X, if I'm not mistaken. Malcolm X got word that M.S. Handler tried to come, and Captain Joseph turned him away with the rest of the press. Malcolm X got word of that, and he overturned Captain Joseph's decision on that. He allowed M.S. Handler to come in. Yeah, that was bad, bad, bad. Malcolm gets through his remarks, his prepared remarks, fine. And if there was no press in there, ooh, teachable moments, y'all. If there was no press in there, we likely wouldn't be having this particular discussion. And there was not to be any press in there. Malcolm made the decision to override his captain, to let this devil, M.S. Handler, in. And what happens? Malcolm gets through his remarks perfectly fine. He opens it up for question and answer, and here's that mischief-making devil. M.S. Handler is in there. M.S. Handler asks him about the assassination of JFK. Now, it can't be said Malcolm X was in the Valley of Decisions. No, he's in the structure. So there's only one decision. He was given explicit instructions on that matter. The instructions were, if asked about it, say no comment. Malcolm was asked about it, and I think it was M.S. Handler that asked the question. I gotta be fact-checked on that, but it was because he was there. It went out to the world what Malcolm said, and see, Malcolm ain't say what you said he said, but it ain't your fault. See, they sanitize. See, this is part of the fabricated Malcolm X. To romanticize Malcolm, as if Malcolm only said you know, he just gave a cute and true political analysis, right? Mm-hmm. He said, chickens coming home to roost. America sent out violence. America killed other leaders of state. Now those chickens come home to roost. America's head of state is killed. A very sound political analysis, right? Who could be mad at that? Well, yeah, except he ain't stopped there. One, he should have never said that. Shouldn't have said anything other than no comment. Mm-hmm. He was in gross violation. Two, at least 2 times, 2 instructions. He's in gross violation. But he didn't stop there. He said, me being a farm boy and all, I'm never sad when the chickens come home to roost. In fact, I'm glad. And so when the MS handler, his boy, blasted it in the rest of the world, Black Muslim leader celebrates the assassination of JFK. They cannot be accused of doing violence to Malcolm X's comments. How else are you to interpret that? Being a farm boy and all, I'm never sad when the chickens come home to roost. In fact, I'm glad. So, why did Malcolm do that? He was wrong. I don't care how much you love him, we love him, but damn that. Damn your love, or damn your emotion. He was wrong. He was wrong in December 62. He was wrong in November 63. He's wrong. And you cannot sweep that under the rug or refuse to consider that when you try to assess the relationship between Malcolm and the Nation of Islam as it will develop. Okay, so he violated at least two direct orders. He violated blatantly. He gets penalized, but his penalty is as much for his protection than his punishment. He's silenced for 90 days. He put on seed time, and this is important. These details matter. Yeah. That's a status in the Nation of Islam when you are guilty of a certain level of violation. You're put in seed time, which means you're not excommunicated from the body, but if you have a post, in particular, in his case, as a minister, he cannot mount the rostrum. He's not busted as a minister. He's still a minister, but he cannot mount the rostrum. He cannot speak publicly. He cannot conduct any interviews, critical. He cannot conduct any interviews. He's put on seat time.
And that's for 90 days, right?
For 90 days.
Okay.
We should not have seen any Malcolm, heard any Malcolm, but we did. We'll get to that. So this culminates in a very critical meeting. January 1964. January 1964, Malcolm is summoned to Phoenix. He has what in the Nation of Islam is called a hearing. Present there was the Supreme Captain of the Nation of Islam, Raymond Sharif, the National Secretary of the Nation of Islam, John Ali, and obviously the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. The meeting was over certain antics of Malcolm in handling the messenger's domestic life. Malcolm after leaving with from the messenger that first time, Malcolm gathered ministers and said things to them about the messenger's domestic life, and it got back to him. And in that meeting, January either 2nd or 6th, the dates are conflicted, but the FBI recorded it because the palace was bugged. In that meeting, the messenger confronts Malcolm about what he's doing out in the field now, undermining the messenger. And Malcolm X, y'all need to know this, Malcolm X confessed in that meeting to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that he had been lying on the messenger. He had been going around. Now, Malcolm put it on Wallace. Malcolm said, Wallace messed my head up. I'm sorry. He's begging for forgiveness, but he's acknowledging making mischief with what he knew of the messenger's domestic life. That's why I said, and it wasn't the 9 wives, he good, but there was that aspect that Malcolm never came to terms with. And because of that, Malcolm spent a year undercutting the messenger. It got back to the messenger at that hearing, January 2nd or 6th, 1964. Malcolm, in tears, admits to it, blames Wallace for it, begs for forgiveness. The messenger tells Malcolm, go put the fires out. So you started these fires. Go put the fires out. Malcolm leaves, and I'm going to put something on the record. I want to read something for us. Because again, this whole false narrative, Malcolm has this discovery and he's all messed up, got a conscience, a crisis of conscience, and then he leaves. Malcolm leaves that meeting after admitting, and Zach Kondo records that Malcolm admitted also to the Washington minister Lonnie X at the time that he had been lying on the messenger during that year. He's hurt. The messenger, he begs for forgiveness. The messenger tells him, go put out the fire. Malcolm writes a letter to the messenger. He happens to audio record this letter. I want to read the letter into the public record that Malcolm sent to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad after that January meeting. Gil Nobles played it on his show, the recording. Dear Holy Apostle, one of the main reasons people want to divide you and me is because they know that Allah has blessed me to be your best representative as well as your best defender. Again, keep in mind, since December, this is January 1964, he's known since December 1962 of the domestic life. He done taught to wives, he done taught to the messenger. That's old news now. The only ones here who might think I'm against you are those who are not with you themselves. This is a dangerous position to be in because it only adds division upon division. I know now how Isaac felt when Abraham took him upon the mountain to sacrifice him. Only love for his father made him submit to what looked like certain death. Abraham's faith in Allah was being tested, but Isaac's faith and obedience to Abraham was an integral part of the overall test. Malcolm considered himself a son of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, as Isaac was the son of Abraham. I know now, Malcolm goes on, how Job felt when everyone was looking at him wondering what sin he committed. His worst pain must have come from his inability to open his mouth and explain the real reason for his condition. As I've told you, I've been working on these notes I've taken during conversations with you during the past 10 years. Whenever I feel lonely, forsaken, or even angry, I go back to the words of wisdom and healing in these notes. There is both hope and life in your words. With Allah's help and your permission, I can turn out a book about your life, your teachings, and your work, and a program that would bring tears to your eyes and would not only go a long way in waking up the dead nation, but will also add to the financial needs of the nation. I do it just like I was working for you, but would actually ask nothing in return. I've received my pay from you already a millionfold. If you would have mercy on me and give me another chance, I'll stay out of the public. I'll be satisfied with just ministering in the mosque, making no public statements or outside speeches. Cassius Clay has offered me and my family a free expense-paid trip to Miami, Florida. Becomes critical. I have taken my family nowhere during the entire 6 years that we've been married. My wedding anniversary is January 19th, and I'm contemplating acceptance of this offer, which is a blessing in the honeymoon. Since I know what my status is, I will not go near the mosque nor the Muslims. May Allah bless you with strength during these dark hours, which I know are also a trial to you. All praises are due to Allah. Does that sound like a man who has a crisis of conscience regarding the morality of his messenger?
No.
No, because it's not. If you have questions, I will take.
Well, now
There's so much more.
There is, because what's significant now is also during this time, and I'm not sure what the date is, but Filbert X, his brother, his blood brother, who's also in the nation, right, says that he was asked to speak publicly, and he was given a written statement condemning his brother. But I also know, now I don't know if this was before March 8th, where March 8th, 1964, Malcolm X announces the Muslim Mosque Incorporated, which... So when in the alignment do these two things happen? Because it also is happening around the time where it was reported, which you said is false, though, that he was bypassed in getting Cassius Clay into the nation. It's kind of fuzzy there.
So the Cassius Clay thing, and that's where I would have went naturally.
Okay.
So as he said in his letter, he was offered to go. Cassius Clay was preparing to fight Sonny Liston. Now, understand something from this letter, among many things. Malcolm, in this letter, and much after, and this is very critical, and it's the dagger, one of the daggers to the false narrative. Malcolm is here begging to be reinstated. Malcolm continued to beg to be back in the Nation of Islam. Is critical. I'm using the language, beg, advisedly. Malcolm never wanted to be out of the Nation of Islam. Y'all need to know that. Y'all who use Malcolm as an excuse to stay away from this nation, Malcolm never wanted to be out of the Nation of Islam. I will prove that. He knew well the messenger's domestic life. He wasn't tripping except for that part he was. But he never, ever wanted to be out of the Nation of Islam. And the March 8th, 1964 announcement, we're going to get to that because he says it there. But Cassius Clay is preparing to fight Sonny Liston.
Now, Malcolm X mentally prepared him for this?
Malcolm X prepared who?
Cassius Clay, right?
For what?
For this fight.
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe. But
In the PBS documentary, that's what it
yeah, but even see PBS ain't no PBS. If PBS documentary was a book, I'll put it with the rest of these books. It got
Yeah.
truth and falsehood mixed. Now I don't know
Okay.
about that. I know Malcolm was not the Cassius Clay's door to the Nation of Islam.
Okay.
That's the point. Now they did develop a relationship, but look, so Malcolm is in Miami with Cassius Clay, and we all know it because most of us see that video clip of Cassius Clay and Malcolm X, right? Mm-hmm. And the reporter's asking Malcolm, did you teach him Islam? All that. I said, well, I just tell him what I know. Well, you got to understand something about that. He's disobeying again. Malcolm was in direct with the fact that we saw and heard him answer that question to that interviewer. He's blatantly disobeying the terms of his C class. But then he does something else. And I have to only assume, I can't psychoanalyze my brother. Mm-hmm. Though I can empathize with some of his walk. Because we who labor on this level, we walk it too. But I cannot presume to be able to understand my brother. He was dealing with levels of complication that certainly up to this point has not been my cup. So I don't understand, but while he is publicly, blatantly violating the terms of his C class, he's also reaching out to headquarters, to Chicago, and says to Chicago, uses Cassius Clay as leverage to be reinstated. Mm-hmm. He says to Chicago that if Chicago, because he never put the messenger, you say that, he never put the messenger in the problems of the jealousy against him and the workings against him. He did later, after June 1964, when the Rubicon River was crossed. But he reaches out to Chicago and says, I will deliver Cassius Clay and the belt to our Savior's Day in February. Savior's Day was coming up. He said, if you reinstate me, I would deliver Cassius Clay as champion. I would deliver the champion, Cassius Clay, to Savior's Day if you would reinstate me. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know how brother harmonized those two things, being publicly in violation of the terms of his seat time and trying to get reinstated by leveraging Cassius Clay, but he wanted to be reinstated so bad. Of course, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said no. And in fact, because in that interview, he again was disobedient. It's January. Malcolm X was told by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad that his suspension has now been moved from 90 days to indefinitely. Now it's indefinite. Malcolm received that communication March 5th, 1964.
Oh, 3 days before. Oh, okay.
March 5th, 1964, Malcolm receives word that all of his pleading to be reinstated were in vain because he kept disobeying. So his suspension is now indefinite. Malcolm says this. Malcolm says, how did he put it? Once the rooster starts crowing, what he said, you can't, something about the sun, but he's saying, look, I can't shut up. Once the rooster starts crowing, you can't put that sun back down, something like that. So 3 days after getting notice that his suspension has been moved from 90 days to indefinite because he's in defiance. 3 days, March 8th, 1964, he announces his separation from the Nation of Islam. But how he presents it is very important. See, the false narrative says, again, Malcolm X had this discovery and it hurt him and he lost his confidence and he left because he had no more confidence in his spiritual teacher. Again, we bust that up. That's old. By March 8th, 1964, the Messenger's domestic life was so passé, it was so old school in terms of what Malcolm X was dealing with, that he did. Even that other more personal aspect, I'm not gonna say overcame it, but he managed that, certainly at least, for a while. He wanted to, and I think he could have. I think that was overcomable for our brother. But he was a rooster that couldn't tolerate, by his own admission, silence. So, 3 days after, he gets notice that his suspension is indefinite. Malcolm X calls a press conference. And this is what he says. So the liars should listen. He says, in that press conference, he did announce he's setting up Muhammad Mosque Incorporated. But why, Malcolm? What's in your heart? What is the mental and spiritual context of you leaving the nation? Well, he tells us very clearly. So there has been talk of a split between me and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. After 90 days of complete silence, I would like to make my position crystal clear. I am and always will be a Muslim. Internal differences within the Nation of Islam forced me out of it. I did not leave of my own free will. I did not. I know about the Messenger's wives. I've been knowing about that, bro, since December 1962. I did not leave of my own free will. But now that it has happened, I intend to make the most of it. March 9th, 1964, he's on a television program the next day. He's on a television program, The World at 10. New York channel. He says that he will urge Negroes to follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He says that his December 1963 suspension was not for the remark itself, but was for disobedience to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, since the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told him not to comment on the assassination. March 11th, Malcolm sends the Honorable Elijah Muhammad a telegram, which we have here. Malcolm, his mindset, you got to understand it. You use Malcolm to stay away from the nation. Malcolm never wanted. If y'all love Malcolm, love what Malcolm loved. He wanted to be here. You should be here. Look. He sends the messenger this telegram and then holds a press conference at the Park Sheraton Hotel March 12th, and he passes the telegram to the press. The telegram says to Mr. Elijah Muhammad, the national officials there at Chicago headquarters know that I never left the Nation of Islam of my own free will. It was they who conspired to pressure me out of the nation. I mean, that's his perspective. Chicago would have a different perspective, but his perspective is important for y'all who champion his perspective. I never left on my own free will. He says, and you should say it too, you Malcolm lovers. I will always be a Muslim, teaching what you have taught me, Mr. Muhammad, and giving you full credit for what I know and what I am. They got mad at me and us because we made it clear. We made Malcolm X. And many Malcolm X. We made Muhammad Ali. We made Khalid Muhammad. We made Wesley Muhammad. We made God through the nation, the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan. They got mad at that, Brother Shahid. Well, get mad at Malcolm. I'm giving you full credit for what I know and what I am. You are still my leader and teacher. Look, bro, he didn't announce he's gone for the nation. That domestic life thing that's old news now. You are still my leader and teacher, even though those around you won't let me be one of your active followers or helpers. The present course I am taking is the only way I can circumvent their obstacles and still expedite your program. I want to expedite your program. Those who, from Malcolm's perspective, and in that he's not terribly off. Those who are envious of me, and they were. Those with whom I was in constant conflict with, it was never him and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, never. His conflict, and it was real, was with other ministers and laborers and family of the messenger who was jealous of Malcolm. And you know what the messenger did? The messenger chastised them. The messenger said to them, you're just jealous of him. Leave him alone. But Malcolm was struggling with that, struggling with the heart issue. And then all of that, Malcolm took the course that he took. This is March. You will see the record from March to June. It's the same story. I will, to prove that, May 1964, this is May now. He's interviewed by A.B. Spellman. Look at what Malcolm said. He said, many obstacles were placed in my path, not by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but by others who were around him. And since I believe that his analysis of the race problem is the best one, and his solution is the only one, I felt that I could best circumvent these obstacles and expedite his program better by remaining out of the Nation of Islam and establishing a Muslim group that is an action group designed to eliminate the same ills and the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He said, this is May 1964, bro. May 1964. He's been out of the Nation of Islam since March 8, 1964. From day one to this day in May, he's still saying what? He's saying this. I am a follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I'm not Prophet Muhammad. I am a follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I believe in the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Wait, hold on. What's his little secretary's thing? It's non-existent. Up to May 1964, I want to get this on the record. Up to May 1964, there was no little secretary's thing. It did not exist ever until June. Let me get to that. So he says, I believe in the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. The only reason I am in Muhammad Mosque Inc. is because I feel I can better expedite his program. Malcolm remained a follower of, a believer in not just the character of his teacher, but the program of his teacher, and in his words, the analysis of his teacher. So Malcolm was out of the Nation of Islam for less than a year. And from March, April, May, for 3 months of that less than a year, he was a vocal, adamant follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the program and analysis of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You don't get the anti-Elijah Muhammad Malcolm until June 1964. And I can't say to his death, February 21st, 1965, because between June 1964, when, in the words of Caesar, when he crossed the Rubicon River, the die was cast. Between then and the day of his murder, Malcolm was still, at some point, he started again trying to return to his teacher. Even after the hostilities blew up, but they did not blow up until June 1964.
We have a couple audience questions, and then I'll get back to that part. Someone wants to know, did Malcolm X reject the teachings of the Honorable Elijah after he left the NOI?
I just read to you.
Yeah.
We just answered that. Absolutely not. Not in his heart.
Okay, another person wants to know.
Nah, but I qualify this because some would say, well, hold up. I read the letter he sent back from Mecca. And he rejected the Islam of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Yeah, that was spin. We'll get to that. He feigned a religious epiphany in Mecca. That was a performance. But even after that, because the performance did not achieve what he hoped it would achieve, which was ingratiate himself among the civil rights leadership, that was his only, was his best bet. Not he separated from the institution, but they all rejected him because of his legacy under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So he feigned a religious conversion with Mecca.
Another audience question is, what are your thoughts on officers and military personnel being registered in the nation? isn't this a conflict
Well, let's keep
of
questions to the subject.
Okay, so then
Keep questions to the direct
as
subject.
of right now, then I'm gonna move forward with the. Sorry, guys, the rest of you guys' questions not really.
Yeah, no, you
focused.
can't do that.
But at some point we'll get to them because there's a lot. So at some point though, right? Malcolm X does become hostile, I guess. Publicly.
Scandalous.
Now, he was living, him and his family, from my understanding, are living in Nation of Islam property, right?
That is correct.
His house gets bombed February 1965, I believe. And he then publicly says that the Nation of Islam bombed his house and Elijah Muhammad does not care about black people.
Yes.
So how do we go?
But you bypassed way too much.
Oh, did we?
February.
We got to go back a little
February
bit.
65. We got to go to
So many details.
the point.
Okay, let's go back then.
June 1964.
Okay.
That is the moment. And why is that the moment? You started it right.
Okay.
Malcolm and his family were living in Queens, East Amherst, in property of the Nation of Islam. As minister in the nation, he was permitted to live as the ministers are privileged and permitted to live in nation property.
Mm-hmm.
When Malcolm announced he is no longer in the nation, then he was asked to surrender the property. The property is Nation of Islam property for the labors of the Nation of Islam. Because you didn't want to wait for your seat time. One, you didn't want to be obedient in your seat time. And you didn't want to wait for its conclusion. You announced you're out of the Nation of Islam. Okay, fine. But you have to vacate Nation of Islam property. That terribly stressed Malcolm. That, in Malcolm's words, the only thing he was, as you read in the letter, he was never able to give, he said, his wife a honeymoon. He said the only thing that he was able to do for his family was give them a place to stay. So that hurt Malcolm. It scared Malcolm. Now this communication came, he announced May 8th that he's out. He got that note, March 8th, he's out. He got that notice around March 11th, like, oh, word, okay, well, bro, you gotta surrender the property. He goes out the country, I think. He's worried, but the rubber hits the road June because the eviction court case comes. June 15th and 16th. He's filled with anxiety now because he wasn't surrendering the property. He was trying to keep the property. He was trying to argue that, well, no, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave it to me personally. He did not want to, I understand, he did not want to leave and take his family out of it. It stressed him profoundly. He made it clear, I don't have it. That's all I gave them, and I don't have any place. So as he was arguing, he was trying to keep the place, arguing, it was a gift to him. But the nation argued no. It's patronage, whatever the word is. So the court case in Queens Circuit Court, June 14, 15. The outcome of that court case would be either eviction, court-ordered eviction of him and his family, or what he desired, the right to stay in the property. he got so anxious and stressed over it. He made the decision, our brother, to to misuse what he knows of the domestic life of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad as leverage to stay in that house, to beat that court case. His first thinking was, because he never mentioned it, from March to June. He made the calculation that the nation would leave me alone with this house thing. They let me stay in this house if they're afraid of what I will reveal. In the beginning of June, he starts dropping hints in Boston radio station. Start dropping hints, trying to send a message, back off, I got this. He sends a letter. Malcolm sends a letter to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, public letter, where not saying he prints it publicly, saying let's end the hostility, or not, because hostilities didn't erupt, not like that, but let's not be divided. See, he wants the house. He doesn't want to have to vacate his family, and it's stressing the hell out of him, understandably. He felt the only leverage he had was if he could leverage what he knows. So he starts dropping seeds in early June. He don't go for a throttle. He's dropping seeds, trying to send a message, back off, I got this, back off. June 15, 16 comes. They're in court. Malcolm surrounded with a full contingent of police and his followers. Court filled with Captain Joseph and all the fruit. 2 days, his attorneys aren't making a case for him. Malcolm sees what's coming. Malcolm, second day of court, drops that bomb. And when you read the transcript, and everybody who writes about it, they all say, and his attorney, Percy Sutton, was messed up because it was out of context. Malcolm was looking for an opportunity to drop it. It never naturally dropped it, so he forced it. But what's important is his language, right? Malcolm, when he drops it, and now he's swinging now, out of his stress, out of his hurt, out of his confusion, now out of desperation, he's swinging. But even in his desperation, Brother Shahid, his words were, when he finally dropped that bomb, his words were, but the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had taken 9 wives. Quote. That is this man's words. He didn't say Elijah Muhammad took little secretaries. That ain't what he said. He said, quote, Elijah Muhammad had taken 9 wives, because that's what they were. Now, it's where it gets ugly. And so you want to understand the nation, if there was hatred in our heart for him, and it was, and while we lament and regret what happened and how all of us and our emotions were manipulated by an enemy, we all regret that. But we don't regret how we felt about what he did, because what he did was absolutely the ugliest of the ugly. What did he do? Well, because he didn't want to be evicted. When he dropped that soft bomb, he thought it was a big bomb, but because he knows what it was, so he used the right language. It was instinctive. But he had 9 wives. But that didn't do anything. None of the press will report it. And he's reaching out to CBS and these newspapers to print the story. Mm-hmm. And they all would refuse for fear of libel. And they said to him, well, we can't print this unless some of the girls file a lawsuit. The press said to Malcolm, the only way we can print that story without being charged with libel is if the women you're talking about filed suit. Those sisters had no idea of filing suit. But they filed suit. You know why? Malcolm X. I got to know this, man.
So you're saying?
I'm going to say what I'm going to say. Let me say it. Malcolm X retained Gladys Toad's root. He retained the lawyer to file suit on those sisters' behalf. And if you listen to Savior's Day, February 1993, you see the sisters, the wives, come up on stage. The Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan brings them up on stage and they recount what was going on. Malcolm telling them, record your domestic relations with him. I can use it. We can use it. He's trying to entice, do everything to get these women to come out publicly. He hires the attorney and sends her to them to file, and he talks them. He coerces them to go along with his plan with the attorney that he retained. They didn't retain that attorney to file suit against their husband. Malcolm retained that attorney to file paternity suit so the press will print the story. When he did that, yeah, all hell broke loose. And why would y'all think we would not feel some type of way about that? Hatred was planted in the hearts of Muslims for that man, for that treachery. I said on Vlad, Brother Shahid, that Malcolm X, because Vlad asked me about Malcolm, I said Malcolm X violated black guy protocol. And well, folks are mad. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't apologize for that. He so hurt, but he would allow himself to come to a space to do that to his benefactor. And from March 8th, from before that to that day, he made it clear he loves the messenger, that the messenger was not the problem. It was the jealous ones around him, but in his moment of desperation, trying to leverage his knowledge to keep from getting evicted, he scandalizes the messenger. And now, for the first time, you hear Well, the real reason they're after me is because they know, they don't want me to tell that his teenage secretaries. Now we hear the teenage secretaries. The first time he said it right, wives. So all hell broke loose. And did we hate Malcolm? Absolutely. For that? Absolutely. Did we have murder in our heart for Malcolm? For that level of treachery? We absolutely did. Did we kill Malcolm, the Nation of Islam? We absolutely did not.
Well, now I'm kind of confused because I feel like there's multiple ways to look at that.
I'm sure.
If the girls are teenagers, then if Malcolm X is filing a lawsuit on the behalf of teens, isn't he protecting them?
No, they were not teenagers. They were not teenagers.
Okay.
They were in their 20s, according to the reports, the published reports. Mm-hmm. I don't know how old they were, except they weren't teenagers. Certainly not then. So the teenage secretary, myth, that's Malcolm deliberately weaponizing knowledge that he had to achieve an end. Malcolm felt the means justified the end in this case. Malcolm purposely misrepresented in his pain. See, y'all gotta deal with this. Mm-hmm. Y'all running with that false narrative, but the man Malcolm is great. But he's human. But unlike 99% of those who champion him, which is not a problem, but champion him against the nation, 99.9 of them could never bear or even attempt to bear what was on his shoulders. So I, sitting where I'm sitting and having walked the journey so far that I walked, I empathize with Malcolm. I hurt for Malcolm because I understand, like, these Malcolm X can understand. Because unless you are in this structure, unless you submit yourself to the structure and the pain of the structure, the difficulty of the structure, unless you experience that, shut up, man. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say in terms of what we should have done. No, I understand Malcolm's pain, but Malcolm made errors, profound errors. And I assess Malcolm, his good, his great, and his errors. Mm-hmm. And Malcolm made grave errors that, and we, the Nation of Islam, many of us I can't say the Nation of Islam. No, I won't say that. Many of us in the Nation of Islam made errors with our brother. But if you want us to say that with what that man did to our messenger and his benefactor, if you want us to say we regret hating him for that, you ain't gonna get that from me. I don't hate him. Today I pray that Allah may one day forgive him and his legacy.
An audience member wants you to show the proof, and is that documented?
I said a lot what you're talking about. Every single thing I said is documented, so be specific, bro. I'm assuming it's a bro. That sounds like a dude.
Yeah. He said also, was Elijah...
And then we want to get to this, and then we can
Well, then
should
we... Because we also have a couple other...
Yeah, I'm not... See, I'm here. This has to get on the record. We're going to... So, whoever get exhausted, you okay, Brother Warren? I'm good. Okay, so we're going to get this on the record.
I feel like the second part of this question you answered, but I'm not sure. But this is from the same person. He said, was Elijah married and should have exhibited the leadership that he was called to exhibit, not to commit adultery? You answered that earlier. With
He never committed adultery.
with the spirituality.
So yes, he was married. He had 9 wives.
Okay, so I think we're good on the questions that. Someone wants to know what were the ages of the girls then.
I answered that. I don't know
Okay.
the ages, except at the time of the paternity suit that Malcolm engineered single-handedly. According to the press, they were in their 20s.
Okay. Also, too, I'm curious if part of his stress and anxiety also relates back to his childhood, where his family was, white Americans are trying to force them off of their property and their burning and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And if in some ways that triggered that, and so there's going to be this visceral response to protect what his
absolutely, and I understand it, and there's aspects of his tragedy that I sympathize with. There's aspects that I empathize with. That Malcolm, that's why it's so painful. 60, how many years is that now? 1965 to, somebody do the math. How many years? 54 years since his murder. And that thing is painful today in a way that no other, not Martin Luther King. You can't point to another matter.
Yeah.
Even the remembrances of slavery doesn't evoke the raw pain and emotion that the Malcolm X situation does. So I get it. Yes, Malcolm had to, as all of us, none of us can avoid bringing our life experience to our endeavors and the challenges and trials of our endeavor. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure.
So then because I know we also want to get to this as well, where does that leave us, though, with the bombing of his house? He said his daughters were there, and then he blatantly accuses the messenger.
And then he blatantly takes it back.
Okay.
See? So, Malcolm, because of what he discovered after the fact about that bombing, is when he first starts saying, I'm going to stop saying the Muslims are the ones trying to kill me. Get that. It was a consequence of the bombing of his house and what he learned of it that first made him say, I'm going to stop saying the Muslims were responsible. What did he discover? He discovered from a black fireman who told him days later told Malcolm days later, that he, the black fireman, when he was there, saw a white police officer place a unburnt Molotov cocktail bottle on his daughter's dresser. This was the pretext. This unlit Molotov cocktail was the pretext for the police and the press to say Malcolm bombed his own house. See, that's what they said. They tried to discredit Malcolm, and the story went out in the press. There's a press that loves Malcolm today. They hated Malcolm then, and they hate Malcolm today, but I digress. But they said Malcolm bombed his own house, and they lifted up as the evidence of that, this unlit Molotov cocktail in his daughter's room. The black fireman told Malcolm the origin of that unlit Molotov cocktail. The police planted the Molotov cocktail there. And so Malcolm said, oh, the Muslims aren't, let me read, the Muslims aren't responsible. I'm going to stop saying the Muslims are the one who's killing me. He said, this is what his sister, Ella, said that Malcolm said, when they planted that gasoline, I knew, quote, when they planted that gasoline, I knew it was no longer the Muslims. Malcolm said to Alex Haley, I know what the Muslims can do and what they can't. I trained them. I want to get back to that. That's critical. Things have gone beyond the Muslims. The plotters of his death were much bigger than the Nation of Islam. He says, the more I keep thinking about this thing, the things that have been happening lately, I'm not at all sure it's the Muslims. Now, this quote is another example of the devilishment of the Spike Lee movie. That movie was so devilish at key moments because they lift this quote and change it in a most devilish way. This is what Malcolm said. And if the viewers of that movie will hear it the way Malcolm said it, maybe today there would not be this urgency to have this discussion. Who killed Malcolm X? Malcolm said, the more I keep thinking about this thing, the things that have been happening lately, I'm not at all sure that it's Muslims. I know what they can do and what they can't. And they can't do some of the stuff recently going on. The more I keep thinking about what happened to me in France, and I'll talk about that, I think I'm going to quit saying it's the Muslims. So won't y'all follow your leader and quit saying it's the Muslims? His sister, Ella, the people closest to him, said it was much bigger than the Muslims. And it was. Did you have questions, or should we pivot to?
Do you think, do we need to cover his experience
Whatever.
in Mecca to get to this point? Because I know you keep saying I'm skipping ahead, so I'm like, man, I want to do it in the appropriate order.
If you want to discuss Mecca, we can discuss it briefly, because, and this is why.
Because Mecca seemed to be really significant in terms of he comes back, now he's getting involved into the civil rights movement. He's telling people publicly that if they're wise, they should follow the lead of Martin Luther King Jr.
He's trying hard to ingratiate himself on that leadership because he has no base now. But all of the leaders rejected him. He had what they would call the Elijah Muhammad monkey on his back. He had the black demagogue monkey on his back. So invariably, all of the civil rights leaders rejected him, and he kept trying to ingratiate himself. Lewis, such that his friend Louis Lomax said, wow, you become a moderate. He moderated himself so much to try to win friendship with the civil rights leadership so he can be a part of that movement, because he's movementless now. He spent all this time with a robust, muscular program, and he had none now. So he was trying to ingratiate himself, and nothing was working. So he feigned a Pauline experience. Now, he went to Mecca. Forgot what that date was. He sent a letter back saying, I discovered white people in Islam. And there's no racism here. If Islam can do to these white people in Mecca, then Islam can do it to them white people in America.
You think so?
No, hell no. Hell no. Well, hold on, I'll explain that. No, that's Malcolm talking.
Yeah, I know, I saw that, but I was thinking like, well, I mean, from his experience, is that true? Like, if
No, and it was not his
Islamic,
experience.
then...
It was not his experience.
Oh, okay.
It was his performance. Understand this. When was that? Someone Google, if you will, when Malcolm went to Mecca. And while you're doing that, see, that time he went to Mecca, he sent a letter back that was printed in the New York Times. The first time he went to Arabia, did you get that? The first time he went to Arabia, in 1959, he sent a letter back. Pittsburgh Courier. August 15th, 1959. That's your boy, Malcolm. He travels the Middle East on behalf of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, preparing the way for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to make Hajj or Umrah. He goes to Saudi Arabia. He sees the same demographics in 1959. He goes to Egypt. He goes throughout the Middle East and sends a letter back. Malcolm, in 59, had firsthand knowledge of the demographics of the Muslim world. He didn't learn nothing in April 1964 that he did not know in August, that he did not come face to face with in August 1959. He knew there were white Muslims. He lectured at Harvard University. And taught on the white Muslims. There was no surprise, but he feigned a revelation. He said the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that no white people can enter Mecca. Though he taught from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad about the white Muslims in Mecca. So Malcolm feigned a religious experience because none of his political talk, his political moderation wasn't selling. They just weren't buying it. So in order to, he felt clearly, in order to seal the deal, he had to feign a Pauline experience, and it worked, it did. So that allowed him to jettison the luggage, the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad luggage, to gain entry into the civil rights leadership.
So also the FBI admits that they are like feeding things to news sources to kind of fan the fire between the messenger and Malcolm X. Yet that's something that people don't really talk about. So I thought that was also interesting. So then...
No, but remember, I read when the FBI, according to their own documents, began their counterintelligence offensive against the Nation of Islam. In fact, let me quote that.
Go ahead. People want that anyway.
The split between the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X, the FBI takes credit for it. January 2nd, 1969, FBI COINTELPRO document. Quote, over the years, considerable thought has been given and action taken with bureau approval relating to methods through which the Nation of Islam could be discredited in the eyes of the general black populace, or through which factionalisms among the leadership could be created. Factional disputes have been developed, the most notable being Malcolm X Little. They developed that factionalism. they sent the false letters out about the messenger's life, creating a situation that came to the ear of Malcolm and set that thing. They did that. Yeah.
So then, how do we get to here? So I recognize J. Hoover, Gene Roberts, and Malcolm X. I do not know the other people, so.
Malcolm said, and we should all keep this in mind. Malcolm said, quote, "I know too that I could suddenly die at the hands of some white racist, or I could die at the hands of some Negro hired by the white man." And Malcolm's words prove true. Killed at the hands of some Negro hired by the white man. Now, let me do some eliminations. Let me make some declarative statements. Stop saying the Nation of Islam killed Malcolm X. The Nation of Islam did not kill Malcolm X any more than Muslimas Incorporated killed Malcolm X. Any more, Malcolm's organization, any more than the Organization of African American Unity, Malcolm's other organization, killed Malcolm X. I want to quote Manning Marble, put this on the record. Quote, Professor Manning Marble, A Life of Reinvention, Malcolm X. Quote, "Instructions came down from Chicago. Elijah Muhammad sent specific orders. He said, quote, 'Don't touch Malcolm. Don't touch Malcolm.' The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, listen to, he's being scandalized. Horribly. He's being lied on by a man who was his son, that he had selected to succeed him. But he fell victim to the emotions of his moments, and he's going around the country scandalizing him. We filled with hate for him. We want to murder Malcolm. We do. We don't deny that. We had murder in our hearts for that man, for what he was doing to his benefactor and our benefactor. And the fact that he made it from June 15th, 16th to February 21st, 1965. I said, with the level of hate and murder that was planted in our hearts, a whole nation that was planted in our hearts for that man, there's only one reason he made it from June 64 to February 65. Only one reason. What is that one reason? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said these words: "As long as Allah would permit me to suffer from Malcolm's mouth, I will do so. Leave Malcolm alone." The messenger gave us instructions. And while we were angry at Malcolm and we hated Malcolm, as the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan says in this most important interview that you should get. We were prepared to kill Malcolm. And had we done so, we wouldn't be up here backtracking. Just keep it real. We would not. We would be secure in our conviction in the rightness of killing him for what he did. But we were ordered by the man whose the love of which is what is compelling us in that way. That same man ordered us, leave Malcolm alone. And so while we were well qualified to kill Malcolm, I want to get to his words. He said, I know what they can do because I trained them myself. What did he mean by that? Y'all need to know what he meant by that. The famous pipe squad of the Nation of Islam, Malcolm set that up. The goon squad of the Nation of Islam that took the pipe to the head of lost, found, or disbelievers that spoke ill of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm authored that institution in the Nation of Islam. Malcolm authored, because Malcolm was from the streets. And his first inclination, still, in handling situations was street, was Detroit Red. Malcolm had acid thrown on faces. Did you hear what I said? Malcolm had acid thrown on faces for those who would speak ill of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Look at what the minister he made in Pensacola, Florida, said. He said, quote, Alauddin Shabazz said in 1999, quote, Malcolm had people killed. Said when Malcolm found a guy in a nation who was an agent, Malcolm didn't hesitate to do something to him. He says, an undercover police agent was once caught, listen to this, was once caught setting up an electronic bug in the wall of the office. Malcolm was questioning him. And Malcolm had a funny way of questioning people. Well, that's an understatement. He would stand with his back to you. This is Malcolm. He would stand with his back to you, like he didn't want to look at your disgusting face. If he thought you were doing something to aid Bossy, the Bureau of Special Service and Investigation. We're going to get to Bossy. If he thought you were doing something to aid Bossy or the agencies, and this guy had been caught. He caught dude trying to put up bugs in the office. Mm-hmm. He's questioning him with his back turned to him. Said Malcolm turns around. He had a hammer on his desk. He turned around with the hammer and hit him in the face. I was there, he says. It was in the early 60s. So when all these pipe squads were running around looking for Malcolm, well, yeah. And so the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan, when he reinstituted the nation, he disallowed the pipe squad because, see, the chickens coming home to roost thing? He said, you can train the brothers to beat the people out there and not expect it to come in the house. So Malcolm engineered the pipe squad, taught the pipe squad how to pipe people who did far less than what Malcolm did to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So were there pipe squads ready to kill him? Oh, absolutely. And they would have done so and wore that as a badge of honor. But we couldn't. We were ordered. So all we could do, as the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan says, all we could do was fight with our words. He disallowed us from putting hands on them, put a pipe to them. So all we could do is fight with our words. So these scholars go through Muhammad Speaks and find all of these articles of us, talking real bad about Malcolm. Yeah, you better be glad. That's the only thing we could do, is express our anger through word, because we could not kill Malcolm. We could not touch Malcolm, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said Malcolm was going to come back to him. And he was. He was on his way back to the Nation of Islam. And that would have a repentant Malcolm X in the Nation of Islam was going to serve the cause of Islam way better than a dead Malcolm X. So the messenger of God knew Malcolm was on his way back. And the enemy knew Malcolm was on his way back. And so they killed him before he can get back.
So because you brought up the minister, that reminded me. The Associated Press released an article in 1994 basically saying that Betty Shabazz, the widow of Malcolm X, suspects Farrakhan had a role in the killing. And then MTV Kirk Lauder released the clip in which it's an interesting clip because he says it's a private conversation, but it's not a full clip at that. It's just, it really is a soundbite. And there's then two people in the car. However, clearly there were people clapping, so it's odd that was released. But anyway, in it, the minister says that Malcolm didn't know what he was playing with, and then continues along the lines and says, if we did kill him, so what? How do you make sense of...
I just made sense of it.
I
just made imperfect sense of it. I said, had we been allowed to put hands on him, we would have wore that like a badge of honor, because we did believe, and I'm not in a different state of mind, that what he did then was worthy of death.
Well, has Betty Shabazz ever accused the minister of contributing to the death of her husband? Because also on May 6, 1995, she was with the minister.
But we regret his death.
Right. But they were together talking about it.
Yeah, I'm going back to my statement.
Oh, okay.
Minister Farrakhan never in the investigations of this murder was never a suspect, was never questioned. There was never an insinuation that Minister Lewis X was ever or in any way involved in Malcolm X's murder. We only have that as a myth to bust today because the ones who reinvented Malcolm and fabricated this new postal stamp Malcolm with the intent of weaponizing Malcolm against Minister Louis Farrakhan. They are the ones who injected that lie into the narrative that the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan was involved in the assassination. They misrepresent a candid, wasn't a confession, it was a candid statement, no, more or less candid that we just offered now, but they made mischief with it desperately because they want to tie Farrakhan to Malcolm's murder, hoping some of you who love Malcolm would seek to murder Farrakhan. That's what they want. The Jews were chanting, who do you want Farrakhan? How do you want him dead? But they ain't gonna touch Farrakhan. So what they hope to do is to produce a dead Farrakhan through young black hands. And so the young generation loves Malcolm. And so to plant the seed that Farrakhan was involved in a murder will plant the seed of murder for Farrakhan in some of their hearts. The minister said, what is true of him and most of us who were rightly angered and livid with Malcolm for his treachery towards his teacher, and it was. He said that he contributed to the climate in which Malcolm could be assassinated. How the hell can that be made a confession of guilt? In no court of law will that be spun as a confession for involvement in the murder. No, but because we were told hands off, but we got all this anger, the only thing we can do is put tongues on, put pen to paper. We can only express ourselves, and that is our lament because it was manipulated. His situation was manipulated by an enemy. His hurt was manipulated by the enemy. Our hurt was manipulated by the enemy, and the result is our brother was murdered. Not by the Nation of Islam, not by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, by the U.S. government who used agents in the Nation of Islam, used agents in Muslim Mosque Incorporated, used agents in the Organization of African American Unity. The hit that killed Malcolm was not the result of religious zealotry of Muslims. That hit was the result of a paid assassination. They were hired hands. The ones from Newark Mosque, number 25, who were the shooters, and the ones from Muslim Mosque Incorporated, they got paid for their involvement in the assassination too. The ones, his security detail, Malcolm's security detail, was involved in the hit and got paid for it. So, if we don't say the Black Panthers killed Fred Hampton, do we? You ever heard anybody say the Black Panthers killed Fred Hampton? Never heard that. I never heard that. But, how did Fred Hampton get killed? He got killed because his head of security, a Black Panther, William O'Neill, was an FBI informant. And he, the FBI, the Black Panther, the head of security for Fred Hampton, gave the Chicago Police Department the blueprints of Fred Hampton's West Side Chicago apartment, including specifically where his bed is, where he slept. And why is that important? Because what William O'Neill also, remember, head of security and Black Panther, but FBI informant. He prepared the dinner for Fred Hampton, and he laced it with a sedative, a sleep agent. He poisoned Fred Hampton's food, and that knocked Fred Hampton out. That's why Fred Hampton was asleep when those bullets littered the apartment and killed him. And J. Edgar Hoover, a man's, J. Edgar Hoover gave $500, and that was a lot of money in 1969.
Oh, okay.
Gave the shooter, the one who was determined to have shot the kill shot on Fred Hampton, gave him $500. That's important. The paymaster, because Malcolm's murder was those were mercenaries. They weren't religious zealots. motivated by religious fanaticism. They were mercenaries motivated by money. But no one says, even though it's an FBI informant, a card-carrying Black Panther, William O'Neill, head of security, who is at the root of their ability to kill Fred Hampton. But nobody says the Black Panthers killed Fred Hampton. They say the government killed Fred Hampton using their resource that they infiltrated the Black Panther Party with. But we don't get that, the privilege of that logic.
Why do you think that is so?
Because of hatred that's generated for us. And Malcolm is used as an excuse. The fabricated Malcolm, the postal stamp Malcolm X, the reinvented Malcolm is used as an excuse to hate the Nation of Islam.
I've also seen where people will use his family as an example of, Malcolm X's family has said that the Nation of Islam has killed him. But when I was researching it, I saw that Filbert X remained in the nation even after the death of his brother, as well as his other brother, Wilfred X. I couldn't find anything directly where Betty Shabazz said that it was the NOI or anything like that, or from his...
Betty Shabazz was on stage with her daughters as her husband was gunned down, shotgun to his chest.
Yeah.
What human being can suffer that trauma and not carry it? So please don't get me, we can leave Sister Betty alone. She's wrong in what she says, but I'm not going to sit up here and be hard on a woman that suffered that. So we'll leave it alone. She's wrong, but we can prove the statement wrong without reference to our sister.
Okay.
May Allah be pleased with her. But she suffered trauma and was forever traumatized by it. I can't say I would not be if I suffered, if I had to witness what she witnessed.
Well, then let's talk about Gene Roberts, because he's interesting.
That's exactly what we're not going to do. That's the whole point.
Okay.
We ain't starting black.
We're not.
That's the whole point.
Oh,
See, that's why the
okay.
black is on the bottom.
So where are we starting with?
We start from the top.
Okay.
We starting with where it should start with. The white. Gene Roberts is important, but only, what did Malcolm say? I know, too, that I could suddenly die at the hands of some white racist, or I could die at the hands of some Negro hired by the white man. We ain't going to start with the Negro. We starting with the white man who is responsible for the murder of Malcolm X.
Okay.
So, now, understand, people, the FBI, or certainly the New York Police Department, this is their second hit on Malcolm X. The New York Police Department attempted to murder Malcolm X May 24th, 1958. It's a very important precedent. On that day, federal agents and 2 New York Police Department detectives ran up in Malcolm's house May 24th, 1958. They ran to his office and fired shots, thinking, hoping he was there. He was not, but women and children were there, and they almost got hit. And this happened 4 months after Hoover was informed, J. Edgar Hoover, right there, J. Edgar Hoover was informed that, by memo, that Malcolm X was expected to be the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's successor. 4 months later, this attempted hit on Malcolm X by the New York Police Department. They missed in 1958. They succeeded in 1965. J. Edgar Hoover was over the FBI, as everyone knows, but let me remind us of the larger context. He instituted the counterintelligence program. This man right here, William Sullivan, assistant director. This is director of the FBI. This is assistant director of the FBI, William Sullivan. But specifically, Sullivan was made chief of the counterintelligence program against black activists because COINTELPRO targeted many sectors. But the part of the operation that targeted black folks, this man, William Sullivan, the assistant director, was over that part of the program. He developed, I read to you, the FBI taking credit for the split between the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X. That was his operation. The operation to neutralize, which is CIA speak for assassinate, neutralize Martin Luther King Jr., that was his operation. He was the one who was over the dirty tricks directed at black activists through COINTELPRO. He said, when I left the Bureau, we employed over 300 full-time informants who reported from all over the country. Some of them were members of the black Muslims. And this is what he said, again, the context. COINTELPRO, he, William Sullivan, is the man over the COINTELPRO operation targeting black activists and specifically targeting the Nation of Islam. And what is COINTELPRO? Again, this is just a reminder because we should all know this. What are the goals of COINTELPRO that William Sullivan oversaw? 1, prevent the coalition of militant black nationalist groups. In unity, there is strength. 2, prevent the rise of a Messiah who could unify and electrify the militant black nationalist group. Hear these words and look at him. Prevent the rise of a Messiah who could unify and electrify the militant black nationalist movement. Malcolm X might have been. This is 1968, 3 years after the assassination. Look at how they're reflecting. COINTELPRO is to prevent the rise of a black Messiah that could unify the revolutionaries. So in retrospect, they admit Malcolm X might have been such a Messiah. He is the martyr of the movement today because they martyred him. They identified Malcolm as a potential Messiah that they didn't want, and they martyred him. So by they, we can be real specific. William Sullivan was over, not just over the COINTELPRO operation that targeted black people. This man, March 8th, remember March 8th, 1964, Malcolm X announces he is leaving the Nation of Islam. Critical development. On that day, this man, William Sullivan, assistant director of the FBI, contacts this man. Who is this man? Tony Ulasewicz. It may be pronounced wrong, whatever. But who is he? and make sure they can see. Who is he? He was one of the directors of the Bureau of Special Service and Investigation, BOSSI. BOSSI was the secret intelligence unit within the New York Police Department. BOSSI was called the little FBI and the little CIA because BOSSI was a New York Police Department intelligence unit that funneled intelligence to the FBI and CIA, or federal intelligence operations. So BOSSI was the FBI's and the CIA's New York local intelligence unit. The day Malcolm X announced, May 8th, his separation from the Nation of Islam, this man, William Sullivan of the FBI, contacted this man, Tony Ulasewicz of BOSSI, a director of BOSSI, and told him to recruit black agents to send to infiltrate Malcolm's Muhammad Muslimas Incorporated. This man, on orders of this man, recruited black agents to infiltrate Muslimas Incorporated. Specifically, he recruited this man, Gene Roberts. Tony Ulasewicz recruited Gene Roberts. Now, look at, now, I want you to see this picture right here. Contextualize what you're about to hear. Just get that, 'cause I want to be here for a minute before I go back here. So this is this is what I want to draw your attention to right now. Of course, this is a Life magazine article that announced Malcolm's assassination. See, the violent end of the man called Malcolm. They got 3 pictures here. Of course, here is Sister Betty Shabazz over her slain husband. Here, we got Gene Roberts over Malcolm's dead body. I'm not going to discuss this one yet. I'm going to stay here. Gene Roberts, this Gene Roberts, over Malcolm X's dead body, presumably giving him, or ostensibly giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Now, listen, again, Gene Roberts, when you see Gene Roberts, damn Gene Roberts, see Tony Ulasewicz. Look at what Tony Ulasewicz, you see this messed up picture of Gene Roberts over Malcolm X's dead body. Listen to his words. He's bragging in 1978. He said, I had guys everywhere. Boston. He said, I had guys everywhere. He said, you know that Life magazine picture of the Malcolm X assassination? Well, the black who was giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation was my plant. That's the way we did it in those days. We infiltrated. How did it happen? I'm going to detail how it happened. But first, let's go over here. The assassination, who killed Malcolm X? It was a collaborative effort that we can document the who's between the FBI, the New York Police Department, specifically Bossy, the CIA, but the CIA was acting on instruction from the White House. Did y'all hear what I said? The CIA's assassination efforts, two of which we can confidently document, attempt in Cairo, Egypt, and in Paris, France. But those efforts came after not just authorization, but request by the White House itself. If you would indulge me, I would unpack the hit on Malcolm X. His details matter, and I hope if we need to change, I'm gonna walk through the assassination and we can go home.
Well, okay.
But you can see, we can help you to see it play out on the operational level is what I'm talking about.
Could you also, if we have time, I just really want to understand the psychology of, because you said this also happened with Fred Hampton and getting a black individual to do. I just got to understand that mindset, right? Like when they're saying we're going to kill niggers and you're a nigger, right? Just, and that, not saying that that's the language, but just, you know, and you're black and you're that. I just don't understand what's occurring.
You can't,
you know,
fathom the depths of black self-hatred.
Man.
Black self-hatred. Yeah. So I'm going to do it like this. Who killed Malcolm X? So I'm going to recap, identify the parties, and then shine light on the operation itself. J. Edgar Hoover, director, just to recap quickly before I move over there and then move here. J. Edgar Hoover, architect of the counterintelligence program, director of the FBI. William Sullivan, assistant director of the FBI, put in charge specifically of the counterintelligence program operation that targeted black people, black leaders, black organizations with the aim of preventing the rise of the black messiah, the unified revolutionaries. So every individual or group that showed potential to be that black messiah that they wanted to prevent, all of the force of the counterintelligence program, all of the dirty tricks were deployed against them. William Sullivan is the one who issued the command to neutralize Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Neutralize was his language, and neutralize is FBI code for assassination. That's this man. This man, William Sullivan, the day Malcolm X announced his departure from the Nation of Islam, this man contacted this man, Tony Ulasewicz, a director with Bossy, the Bureau of Special Service and Investigation, the intelligence unit within the New York Police Department that funneled intelligence to the FBI. Sullivan contacted Tony on March 8th and instructed him to recruit black Bossy agents to infiltrate Malcolm's organization, Muslim Mosque Incorporated. Tony recruited Gene Roberts. Let me go over here. That's the domestic arm of the conspiracy to assassinate Malcolm X, which ultimately became the winner of the two agencies competing to see who could kill Malcolm. The CIA attempted to kill Malcolm too. But these two are of specific importance. This is Benjamin H. Reed, who is a White House official. He is assistant to the Secretary of State, Dean Rusk. While Malcolm X was in Egypt to present a petition on behalf of the 20 million Negroes of America, if you will, present a petition to the gathering of the Organization of African Union leadership. He was in Egypt to present that petition at that conference. While there, this was July 1964. While there, this White House official, Benjamin H. Reed, contacted this man, Richard Helms. Richard Helms was the CIA's deputy director of plans. The department, the DDP department, deputy director of plans, or director of plans department, that was the CIA's covert operations or dirty tricks division. Specifically, it was the cloak and dagger arm of the CIA, which specialized in overthrowing clandestine secret operations to overthrow heads of state and assassinations. That's what he was over. Richard Helms was over. He was deputy director of the cloak and dagger dirty tricks division of the CIA. His department, the DDP, one of their most notorious, but from their perspective, proud wins was the 1961 assassination of Patrice Lumumba of the Congo. It was that department that put the bullet in the head of Patrice Lumumba of 1961 and then dumped his body, Patrice Lumumba, in CIA supplied acid. That's what this department specializes in. The DDP, Deputy Director of Plans Department, that Richard Helms was chief of. While Malcolm was in Egypt, this White House official contacted Richard Helms and requested from Richard Helms that the CIA treat Malcolm X as a foreign enemy and consider executive action against Malcolm X. Consider assassinating Malcolm X. Now, the division of domestic, or the FBI and CIA, is the CIA is not, according to their charter, is not to carry out operations domestically. they can't target Americans and they can engage in operations domestically. They target foreigners and do their work internationally. So when Benjamin Reed sent that request, when this White House official sent that request to Richard Helms, Richard Helms responded by reminding the White House that, quote, and this is according to CIA file on Malcolm X memo from Richard Helms, dated August 11th, 1964. The CIA reminded the White House that, quote, there were certain inhibitions concerning our activities with respect to citizens of the United States. He's reminding the White House, like, look, bruh, our charter, we can't do anything against Malcolm. He's an American citizen. Right? Contact your boy over there. Benjamin Reed responded with this. He insisted Clandestine Services Act, saying, quote, Malcolm X has, for all practical purposes, renounced his U.S. citizenship. By saying that, the White House gave the CIA clearance to target Malcolm X with executive action because, according to this White House official, Malcolm X has renounced his U.S. citizenship and therefore can be treated as a foreign enemy. At that point, that was authorization from the White House for the CIA to act on Malcolm X. The CIA immediately acted on Malcolm X. Malcolm X is in Cairo on July 23rd, the same month. Malcolm X is at the now Hilton restaurant and is poisoned. Most know that story. His stomach had to be pumped, and the doctor, he was an inch away from dying. The waiter who served him that poisoned food disappeared. When the stomach was pumped, the doctors identified the toxin and said he was a moment away from death. Malcolm X had noted before that he was followed by the CIA, but until that authorization, the CIA couldn't act. When the White House official gave the CIA clearance to treat Malcolm X as a foreign enemy because he had renounced his U.S. citizenship, they acted. The CIA attempted to poison Malcolm X, but he survived. But they didn't stop there. February 9th, 1965, Malcolm X lands in France from Britain. He had been to France and spoke at France before, no problem. But at Orly Airport in Paris, the police wouldn't allow Malcolm to leave the plane. Journalist Eric Norden, who wrote a series of very important studies of the assassination, he was told, Eric Norden, in 1965 by a highly placed North African diplomat that his country's intelligence service, this North African diplomat, told journalist Eric Norden that his country's intelligence service, quote, had been quietly informed by the French Department of Alien Documentation and Counter-Espionage that the CIA planned Malcolm's murder, and France feared he might be liquidated on its soil, close quote. France did not want to be scapegoated by Malcolm's assassination. Eric Norden, the journalist, was told that France passed this info on to this North African diplomat because that country had hosted Malcolm in the past, and the two countries had a close relation, so the French was giving them a heads up. And the diplomat, told Norden, quote, "Your CIA is beginning to murder its own citizens now," end quote. Well, yes, because the CIA got authorization from a White House official that Malcolm X is fair game for their clandestine services because he has renounced his U.S. citizenship. So the CIA attempted to kill Malcolm. They attempted in Egypt, almost got it, but it failed. They had planned to kill him in France, but in February 9th, 1965, but France didn't want them problems. So they didn't even let him come into the country, and they giving their friends heads up, this is what's going on, you let them in, you may be the scapegoat. So the CIA had opportunities to kill Malcolm. They were given not just clearance, the request to kill Malcolm from White House officials. They tried. The first time didn't work. Malcolm came back to the States. The trophy, because that's what it is for these people, the trophy goes to the domestic agencies that sought to kill Malcolm. Can we prove that? Well, pretty much we can. So look. I want y'all to see something. This, and then I'm gonna come back to it. This picture of Gene Roberts, Tony's man, which means Sullivan's man, which means Hoover's man. This picture of the local police department hidden agent leaning over the dead body of a recently assassinated political figure. That's part of the morphology of government hits. We should remember this iconic picture here. Can they see that here? Of course, we all know this is when Dr. Martin Luther King was assassinated. Remember, the King assassination was literally William Sullivan's project. William Sullivan, according to FBI, his own FBI memos, called for the neutralization of Dr. Martin Luther King. We all heard about how Hoover tried to get Martin Luther King to commit suicide by sending recordings of Dr. King's domestic dealings and saying to Martin Luther King that if you don't kill yourself, we're going to release them. Well, everybody attributes that to Hoover, right? And it ultimately was him, but it was him who sent those letters. It was William Sullivan's operation. William Sullivan called for the neutralization of Martin Luther King. It's carried out here. William Sullivan's neutralization of Martin Luther King here, captured. And look, what do we find here in this iconic picture? While everybody else is pointing at the direction of the shooter, there's one man over the body of the slain Martin Luther King, just like the one man over the body of the slain, Malcolm X. Who is the one man over the body of the slain? Martin Luther King. The one man is Morel McCullough, who was an agent of a secret agent of the Memphis Police Department who had infiltrated Martin Luther King's circle. What are they doing? He is not performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. He's doing the exact same thing Morel McCullough is doing. The protocol, the morphology of this government hit, check the vital signs. Be the first one to check the vital signs to determine if the kill is successful. The White House effort through the CIA was attempted, but it was not successful. Malcolm returns to the U.S. J. Edgar Hoover had said already, quote, do something. He sent he sent a Western Union telegram to the FBI New York office, June 5th, 1964, saying, quote, do something about Malcolm X. Enough of this black violence in New York. He's acting with urgency now. Do something. Wild, same June, wild. The White House is contacting the CIA to do something. Same on June. Hoover is telling his agents in New York, do something about Malcolm X. And they do. So, of course, let's get this out the way. 3 men were tried and found guilty of the murder of Malcolm X. There were 2 assassins caught at the scene of the crime. 2. I'm gonna get to that. Y'all, we never heard anything about the second, but you're looking at him right now. We now know.
Who, Gene?
We can get to that.
Okay.
2 men who were shot in the commotion by the return fire were arrested, one of which disappeared until 2015. The only other one, Thomas Hager, or Talmadge Hagen. He was caught at the scene of the crime. He stood trial. Also arrested was Thomas 15X Johnson and Norman 3X Butler, known FOI from number 7. They had nothing to do with the murder. They've passed numerous lie detector tests, but most importantly, Thomas Hager, who was caught, went to trial. He confessed. When he confessed to some extremely important things. He confessed that Thomas 15X Johnson and Norman 3X Butler had nothing to do. They weren't there. on that day, not inside the Audubon. They weren't there. He said, when he finally confessed, he said the job was a paid job. He said that he, and this is the first confession in 1966, he said he was paid or offered $3,000. Remember, this is 1965 money. He said he was offered $3,000 to participate in the assassination of Malcolm X. The assistant DA who was over the prosecution of this case, Vincent Dermody, he asked Hare on stand, the one who offered you the money, was he a black Muslim? Thomas Hare said no. The one who was the paymaster for the assassination of Malcolm X, Thomas Hare, who was caught at the scene of the crime, was directly asked under oath, was the paymaster a black Muslim? He said no. At this time, 1966 during trial, he said those two Muslims weren't there. He refused at that time to give up the names of those who were involved in the hit with him. The prosecution went on and prosecuted and eventually convicted all three of them, even though Thomas Hare said these two had nothing to do with it. It was because not an hour after Malcolm X fell, the narrative went out. The Muslims did it. The narrative went out from those who killed them. The papers presented it with no evidence that this was a black Muslim revenge murder. And the prosecution, and that's why. So look, when they picked Norman 3X Butler up, because he and Thomas 15X Johnson were known enforcers of number 7. So by tagging them, the black Muslim revenge killing narrative is strong. When they picked up Norman 3X Butler, soon after he got arrested, this $10,000 check came to him. And the check had on it the words, "Job well done." Well, later, it was found that that check was fake. Somebody, and I say somebody, we know who the somebody is, sent a fake check for $10,000, "Job well done," to Norman 3X Butler in order to strengthen the narrative, the false narrative that he's involved. It was a fake check. In 1976, I believe, they're in prison. Thomas Hare gives a fuller, more detailed confessions too. In this confession, he names the names of everybody who was involved. He gives details of the operation. So, Thomas Hare said he was walking down the streets of Patterson one day. I think he said around June 1964. Two Muslims, Ben Thomas and Leon Davis, from Newark Mosque number 25, those two pull up on him around June 1964. He gets in the car. They start picking his brain about, well, what are your feelings on Malcolm X? He shares his thought. They don't, they just fill him out. Then in February, Thomas Hare says, February 65, he's approached with the offer of money. The offer then is made to him that he will be paid the $3,000. And the arrangement was, if for whatever reason he can't collect the money, right, because something happened, he go to jail, the money will go to his family. This is what was said to him February 1965. So, going to the more immediate, so he names 5 names of those. They were 5, the hit team from this side of the aisle, because a hit team involved 5 persons from Newark Mosque number 25, but it also involved multiple persons, including specifically the security detail of Malcolm X from Muslim Mosque Incorporated, paid, an organization of African American Unity members, paid. They were all part of the hit February 21st, 1965. The 5 who from Newark that Thomas Hare identifies as planning the actual hit was Ben Thomas, Leon Davis, Willie Bradley, Wilbur McKinley, all from New Jersey. This was the New Jersey hit team. Now, the plan, and this is critical. Oh, this is critical. Thomas Hare tells us the plan there was 3 shooters. He had the .45. Leon Davis had the German Luger. William Bradley had the shotgun. The other 2 were part of the faked commotion. The nigga, get your hands out of my pocket. Now, the fake commotion involved, so there was actually one man who faked the commotion. He was seated, but in the back of Lauterbahn Ballroom, the 5th man threw the smoke bomb. Now, Thomas Hare, and I'm giving these details because they're critical. They did dry runs. The plan, according to Thomas Hare, was the cue was when Malcolm approached the rostrum. The cue to everybody was Malcolm giving the greetings. Assalamu alaikum. That was the cue, according to Thomas Hare. So for everybody involved in the hit, that's a critical detail. God is in the details, Brother Rochester. So Thomas Hare says the cue is when Malcolm says, Assalamu alaikum. So when Malcolm comes out, Benjamin Goodman introduces him. Malcolm comes out. Malcolm says, Assalamu alaikum. And on cue, everything happens, but most of the everything that happens isn't part of the narrative. Only half of what happens is part of the popular narrative. And that's why it's so easy to make it a black Muslim thing. But everything else that happens on cue is what's critical to understanding who killed Malcolm X. So Malcolm gives this signal, unbeknownst to him. Assalamu alaikum. Several things happen. So now, Thomas Hare and Leon Davis are the shooters in the front row. I don't remember who the one was designated to stand up and start the commotion. Nigga, get your hands out of my pocket. But on cue, Assalamu alaikum. Nigga, get your hands out of my pocket. But before the shooting, the other critical happenings on cue take place. Malcolm had a regular security detail that was not securing him that day. The reason Malcolm's regular security detail was not securing Malcolm that day is because of this man right here. Now see that? Can you see that? Can I see it? Mm-hmm. Reuben Francis. Reuben Francis was the head of Malcolm X's detail, like William O'Neill was the head of Fred Hampton's detail. Okay. Reuben Francis was the head of Malcolm X's security detail. Now, several things happened. I'm sorry, I missed an important point. I'll come back to Reuben Francis. A week before the actual hit, February 15th, at the Audubon Ballroom, there was a practice. They did a dry run at the Audubon Ballroom. How do we know they did a dry run? Because Gene Roberts, or Brother Gene, was there and participated. He immediately, after the dry run, he reported to his boss. This is February 15th, the week before. Gene Roberts participates in a dry run at the Audubon of the hit. After the dry run, he contacts his bossy superiors and informs them that the hit will occur next Sunday, February 21st. They practice the commotion, The diversion? Okay. So now let's get back to, that's February 15th. Sometime between February 15th and February 21st, Malcolm has a meeting with his security and his people about Sunday. Malcolm tells all of his security to not bring guns. Malcolm gave all of his, Malcolm did. He gave all of, I'm not going to speculate on the reason, but Malcolm, according to all unanimous testimony of those who were there, Malcolm gave instruction to all of them. He didn't want any guns. He didn't want y'all packing. So nobody packed except, unbeknownst to Malcolm, Reuben Francis, the head of his security. Now, come Sunday, not only does Reuben Francis pack a gun, contrary to Malcolm's instructions, but the men who are normally on stage with Malcolm, securing Malcolm, are sent outside. They're not on stage with Malcolm. His normal detail is not there. Who's on stage with Malcolm? Left stage, Charles X. Blackwell, important name. I wish I had his picture, I couldn't find it though. Charles X. Blackwell from New Jersey. Charles X. Blackwell is OAAU. He ain't. He's an X only because, and I shouldn't even say that, X. Because he left, he was in the nation, like many of those who left with Malcolm. He left with Malcolm. So, Charles Blackwell. He was stage left for Malcolm. And Robert 35X Smith, but we'll scratch the X. Robert Smith, also from New Jersey. It's very important. The shooters are from Jersey. All right, they come out of our temple. But these are from Jersey, and they know the shooters, but they're with Malcolm. Charles Blackwell, stage left. Robert Smith, stage right. So they're securing Malcolm. And then Gene Roberts is behind Malcolm. So these three. So now Malcolm gives the cue, unbeknownst to him. Assalamu alaikum. Immediately upon cue, Gene Roberts exits stage left. Immediately upon cue, Gene Roberts exits stage left. So, gives a cue. Gene Roberts exits. The fake commotion pops off. And while we have to strip Charles Blackwell and Robert Smith of their exes, if for no other reason than what they did on that day. Because FOI training and Malcolm's training. If there's a situation, what do, Brother William? And where do you go? You cover down on the principle. You cover down on the principle. Malcolm was their principal. When there's a threat or commotion, I want them to see me while. If there's a threat or commotion, you cover down on the principal. They knew that. They were trained, but they did the exact opposite on cue. Charles Blackwell and Robert Smith left Malcolm and went to the commotion. And now Malcolm X is totally naked on stage. Everybody left on cue. Gene Roberts left on cue. Charles Blackwell, Robert Smith, they all left on the agreed upon cue as Charles Blackwell and Robert Smith leave Malcolm to go down on the floor, ostensibly to check the commotion, but in total violation of protocol. While they exit stage, that's when Thomas Hare and Leon Davis, seated in the front row, jumps up and starts shooting. Now, very important. The kill shot, or the most famous or infamous shot, because we see it, is a shotgun blast from William Bradley. That wasn't the first shot. Thomas Hare with his .45 and Leon Davis with the German Luger shot Malcolm first, but Malcolm didn't fall. That's when William Bradley hit him with the shotgun. He falls back. Now let's play out. So there's commotion. There's nobody on stage. When the shooting happened, Gene Roberts is in the back of the auditorium. From stage, on cue, he exits. He's back of the auditorium when the shooting stops. Malcolm, so he had to come to get here. He had to come from the back. But he's the first one checking the vital signs. Okay. So there's commotion, obviously. So there's multiple shooters. Thomas Hare gets shot. Well, who shoots Thomas Hare? Because obviously, had Thomas Hare not been shot, he wouldn't have got caught. Because others didn't get caught, except they did. Because others were shot too. But they disappeared. Thomas Hare didn't. I'm going to suggest why. But he gets shot. The crowd captures him. So we see the famous picture. They bleed out into the street with Thomas Hare. They're beating him, and that's when the police roll up and take him. But how does that happen? Right? That Thomas Hare gets caught. Thomas Hare, who, just anticipate the conclusion, and he make it clear, he was the foot soldier. He was totally out of the loop. And he was the sacrificial lamb. How does Thomas Hare get caught? Gene Roberts throws a chair at him, slows him down. Reuben Francis, the head of security, did one, was supposed to be up there, but wasn't. Two, was not supposed to have a weapon, but he violated Malcolm's instructions. The only one that he brought a weapon, with that weapon, he shoots Thomas Hare. So both Gene Roberts and Gene Roberts Bureau of Service and investigation agent, shoots Thomas Hare. Thomas Hare gets caught, but a second man gets caught. He's shot too. How do we know that? One of Malcolm's close associates, Herman Ferguson, he gets first-hand testimony. He was outside. Now, there's a delay. Thomas Hare, he's apprehended. When Thomas Hare was put in a police car, he was taken to Bellevue Prison Ward. As Herman Ferguson is outside, he first sees a police car pull up. And in that police car, he said there was some police brass in there. After the police car rolls up, this wounded man runs out of the ballroom. And the police, the non-brass police in the car, gets out and puts the wounded man who's clearly shot, puts him in the police car. But instead of taking that wounded man to the nearby hospital, Columbia Presbyterian, the car sped away towards the Hudson River. Now, all of the initial reports report the two captures, two suspects. Whereas Hare was taken to Bellevue Prison Ward, the second suspect was taken to Wadsworth Avenue Precinct. And, quote, the city's top policemen immediately converge on him. There's something about this suspect. One, because he totally disappeared. All of the early papers, you said two suspects captured. The afternoon editions changed it, one suspect captured. The second suspect, that cannot be confused with Thomas Hare, disappeared. But there's something special about him because at Wadsworth Avenue Precinct, what did it say? The city's top policemen converge on him immediately. So there's something special about the second man. So all of these years, there's this controversy. Some, Peter Goldman, tried to say, well, no, there wasn't a second man. There must have been some confusion in the reports with Thomas Hare, but all of the reports are consistent with this second man. Well, now we know who the second man is. And that goes, so now I take us back to this third picture here. I'm about finished now. So here, this Japanese American, Yuri Kochiyama, she was an associate of Malcolm and a member of his Organization of African American Unity. She was a friend of Malcolm. Why is she relevant? Well, in March, OAAU trying to rebuild. They had their first meeting, I think around March 5th or March 8th, 1965. They had their first meeting post Malcolm X. Now, Yuri was always the note taker. And at this particular meeting, she took notes. The notes from this March 1965 OAAU meeting only resurfaced in 2015. But when they did, they dropped a bombshell, Brother Shahid. They have her note from that meeting identifying the second suspect. And her writing. We have it, the actual writing. She identifies the second one running out of the Autobahn and the one who was picked up by police. So these are minutes from the meeting. So the meeting folk are discussing what just happened and who ran out. According to these notes, the mysterious second suspect, all these years, we had a description, had ironclad proof that he existed, but we didn't know who he was. But now we know who he is, because her notes identify the second one as this man. I get to that. Who's this man? This man is Raymond Woods. Who is Raymond Woods? The second suspect ran out. He was wounded. He runs out. He gets picked up and taken to a different precinct. All of the city's top police converge on him, and a wall of silence surrounds him from that day till 2015. Why? Who is Raymond Woods? Bureau of Special Service and Investigation agent. Like Gene Roberts, who was sent to infiltrate Muslims Incorporated, Raymond Woods was sent by Bossy to infiltrate Organization of African American Unity. Now, the thing about this second suspect is the crowd, for whatever reason, identified him as a shooter. Now, the interesting thing is, well, Howard, we have a picture. This is, look where it said, police agent Wood hides face from photographer. He had infiltrated before being sent to infiltrate OAAU. He had infiltrated the Revolutionary Army or Black Revolutionary Front, or one of these revolutionary fronts. And he was involved in the instigating, agent provocatoring some of that criminal activity, and to blow up, I think, the Statue of Liberty. This picture was snapped. This article came out in New York. So they got a partial shot of him. He's trying to hide because he still got work. Now, when it was after this came out, Bossy felt that the cover is still safe, so they sent him to Malcolm X's organization. And it's him who's the second suspect caught, disappeared all these years. So Bossy had two agents critical to the assassination, critical to the hit team of Malcolm X. Now, hold on. Leon Davis, so the two shooters up front. Thomas Hare with the .45 pistol. Leon Davis with the German Luger. The German Luger falls out of Leon Davis's hands as he's running. Who picks up the German Luger, which was probably the first shot at Malcolm? Charles Blackwell picks up the German Luger. what does Charles Blackwell, remember who acted on cue, just like everyone else, what does Charles Blackwell do with the German Luger? Well, he gives it to Gene Roberts. What does Gene Roberts do with the German Luger? That was likely the first weapon used against Malcolm X. Well, it totally disappears. After Charles Blackwell turned the German Luger over to Gene Roberts, the German Luger disappeared like the second suspect disappeared all of these years. Now, footnote, Gene Roberts was redeployed after the assassination, because they all redeployed. Gene Roberts sent to infiltrate the Black Panthers and is a state witness in like 1970, 76 or something. There's a big Panther case involving Gene Roberts. He testifies for the state, and that was the first time we learned that he was a bossy operative. But while on stand, the attorney for the Panthers charge say to Gene Roberts, is it not true that you participated in the murder of Malcolm X? And of course, no one knew. That was the first public revelation that Gene Roberts is bossy, is an agent. That was when his cover was blown. The defense, through their discovery, they got information. They put it on. Weren't you involved, or didn't you participate in the murder of Malcolm X? Now, the last detail. See, look how this, so let's wrap up. They acted on cue. According to the FBI files, Robert Smith, he was right, stage right. Charles Blackwell, stage left, the two who on cue abandoned Malcolm. After the assassination, Robert Smith is going around town with $100 bills in his pocket and $100 suits with no visible means of support. He got paid. Robert Smith got paid. Charles Blackwell becomes a key witness for the prosecution, identifying Norman 3X Butler and Thomas Johnson as being a part of the hit team, and we all know they weren't. That was a fabricated narrative of the prosecution, and all of the witnesses said no, they weren't there, but Charles Blackwell was part of the prosecution's selling of the false narrative. Reuben Francis, what happens to Reuben Francis, and how do we make sense of Reuben Francis? I'll close on this. Reuben Francis, violating Malcolm X's instruction, carries a gun. Reuben Francis, after Gene Roberts throws a chair at Thomas' head, he's a patsy, he's a fall guy, Thomas' head. And they asked him, he refuses to identify the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He refuses to identify who paid him. But he says specifically not the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was not the one who gave the order. He said, they asked him, he said, no, he's pretty confident it didn't come from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and it didn't. He was at the bottom of the food chain, and he didn't get his money. Incidentally, he never got his money. But he was the fall guy. He was slowed down. We talking about him today because Eugene Roberts hit him with the chair, slowed him down. Reuben Francis shoots him, so we have him. Now, Reuben Francis never is brought to testify in the case. He's head of security. He's the one that shot Thomas Head. He was never called to testify. In fact, he totally disappeared. He goes to Mexico a little while after, totally falls off the face of the earth. He's the one that put Charles Blackwell and Robert Smith on Malcolm. He did that. He's the one that shot Thomas Head. And so, Herbert Stern from the DA's office said these words: "We were dealing with paid assassins." And you were. So stop making Malcolm's murder, my closing words, stop making Malcolm's murder a matter of black Muslim anger, black Muslim revenge, black Muslim religious fanaticism. It was never that. It was a paid hit. The same ones that paid the killers of Fred Hampton were the paymaster of those involved in the murder of Malcolm X. And those paid were not just informants and operatives and agents that the government had planted in the mosque. They were also agents, informants, assets that the government had planted in Malcolm's organization. So if Muslim Mosque Incorporated didn't murder Malcolm, but their people got paid to participate, but if Muslim Mosque Incorporated didn't murder Malcolm, if Organization of African Unity didn't murder Malcolm and they got paid to participate, then the Nation of Islam didn't murder Malcolm just because some members got paid by the paymaster to participate. So, who killed Malcolm X? The same enemy that's been killing us for 400 years. So I hope that brings clarity. Do you have any questions?
I feel like I just took a PhD level grad course class right now where I'm like, I'm like at a loss for words for this last portion of it. So
Was it too complicated?
no, it was just a lot of information. I don't think it was too complicated. A lot of things going on in my mind right now. Well, powerful creators, you just took a PhD course in Who Killed Malcolm X. It was very comprehensive, a lot of details. I really like to thank Brother Shahid for coming all the way out from DC. We're definitely going to have you back. I mean, obviously we're having you back. That's already been stated. You know, we really didn't get to go into too much depth of your research, but thank you so much for bringing your Black brilliance to the table today and being part of our conversation. You know, honestly, I usually have more to say, but today my mind is exhausted, it's blown, it's going over a lot of details. So if anything, I just want to say, especially for those of you who are Black, if anything that I hope that anyone gets from this show is that it sparks curiosity, it sparks investigation, to read, to discover whatever the truth is, and to really process it And I hope this show today, of all shows, really exemplified that. Yes.
Good night.
Yeah. I'm sorry, we went 6 hours today. Thank you so much for tuning in to this week's episode of Doing the Math with Dr. Wesley, and we'll be back. We're the show that goes there.
Through NFA, our own platform, the people will be able to meet the minister, see the minister, experience the minister. The teaching is there, and it will resist now because it's the truth. It can't be bent. This is the platform. So may Allah bless NFA. May Allah bless all those who would work on behalf of the vision, and let the vision continue to expand.
Never fall again. Never fall again.
Welcome to the Foodie Spot. My name is Sister Carmela Muhammad, and we are a proud sponsor of Doing the Math with Dr. Wesley. I come to you in preparation for possible hard times. We've been told to store food in our home by the Honorable Mrs. Farrakhan, so you can also come to the Foodie Spot and get your navy bean soup, vegetable medley soup, and lentil bean soup, pressure cooked canned. In addition to that, I have dried navy beans. We also have frozen dinners prepared that you can actually store it in your freezer for those times. Pull them out, warm them up, cook them. We also have our natural antibiotic, which consists of fresh ginger root, turmeric root, garlic, and horse relish. We are also shipping our natural antibiotics in addition to our navy beans, red lentil, vegetable medley, and bean pies. For shipping, call 773-420-3948. Again, for shipping, call 773-420-3948. Thank you. Look forward to take your order.